This is VP4 TV. Here is a list of scheduled upcoming matches in this year's VP4 2022 World 10 Ball Championship. I will try and stream as many matches as I can, although time zone differences will be an issue. I must thank those players who take this into consideration when arranging their matches. Please subscribe to my YouTube and Twitch channels to join in the stream chat.
Well, good evening, everybody. Just giving you prior warning, I've got problems with my audio in XSplit. I don't know what it is. So there may be some breakdowns. Hopefully I'm coming through loud and clear. Welcome to Slim. We're here on VP4 TV for Friday Night 9 Ball. And the great news again is that VP4 has one tournament that is the best supported tournament in all the years that Virtual Pool has been up and running in its manifestations. Virtual Pool 3 for a good number of years, and now Virtual Pool 4. Friday Night 9 Ball is the most popular tournament. It's a race to 7 on the winner's side, race to 4 on the one-loss side. It's money ball handicapping, and it's winner breaks. And welcome to Spectre. We've had a lot of problems this week in Virtual Pool 4, and I still haven't had a chance to talk to Steve and for him to give us a straight answer as to what's going on with the server or the company that's running the server, because we've had two major breakdowns in VP4 earlier on in the week. 2 days in a row the server was down for a number of hours, and this is happening while Steve's in bed, and it's taken an awful long time to get him alerted to it. I'm not sure whether he is alerted to it or not, because I have no clue what the communication is, but I'll be asking him anyway when I get a chance to speak to him. So we'll have a look at the bracket in a wee second. Now let's see if this will work, because certain things are not working for some reason, and I don't know why. Well, that isn't going to work because I'm in a different page. I'm forgetting. I'm in a different screen. I'm not in a normal screen, and my other little displays won't work in this screen. Welcome to Travelling TT. What was I going to say? Yeah, I had posted earlier on in the week that I was back to work on Monday, but I'd forgot that I'd put in a shift for Sunday, so I'm actually back at work on Sunday. So this is my second last day where I'll be off, and tomorrow hopefully I'm going to have 2 matches to cover. Oh, another thing to mention in the latest news, Stubbs sent me a PM today. Most of the time Stubbs PMs are gobbledygook in uppercase letters, but I think he's genuine in this case, that he's sent proposals to Barker's and he's had no response. Now I believe that somebody said in the chat, in the stream chat the other day there, whenever that was, that Barker's is a snooker referee, as far as I'm aware, and that he was refereeing in a snooker tournament, and he may well be. My assumption is he may well be still involved in that over the weekend, and hence why Stubbs had no responses. I'm not sure when the deadline date is for that match, but it might be pretty close. Let's have a quick look and see. What's today's date? I've got it up on the screen. What am I asking for? It's Friday the 14th. So if we look at the bracket, we're just about another 3 minutes away from the rooms going up in Friday Night 9. But let's have a quick look at this to see where Stubb is. He's down the bottom here somewhere. Right, so Stubbs looking to play Barker's, and there's still another 6 days before the deadline, so I presume Barker's may well be busy over the weekend, and he may well have been out of town, so there's still plenty of time for him to get a response in, as far as that goes. And now for Friday Night 9 Ball, If we look at the bracket from top to bottom, one thing I want to also mention is Steve has updated the league page, and what I wonder if he's actually updated the tournament bracket for the handicapping, because the handicapping shows on the VP4 league page, and he's got it. He's got the handicap in red text, which is nice and clear for me. Now, why he doesn't do it in bigger text on this, I don't know. I'll have a quick look and see whether he's done it in this and improved it, because it certainly looks better on the league page. I'll show you that in a second. We've got Bill against Brainfield out, and of course the handicaps don't go up in this until it actually goes live at the top of the hour. We've got Larry against Jezdev, Mr. Fox against Bankster, Stefan against Yamaguchi Taru, Fast Eddie and Spectre Dawn. That's the match we're going to watch again. We want to see some good pull, so that's where we're going to head. We've got Chimpy against Ice Age. We've got DJ Redo against Travelling TT. We've got One Pocket Slim and ZZ. Now, let's go back to the home page, because I want to show you this on the league page. Now, incidentally, today I put myself in for the league tomorrow night because there doesn't seem to be any more matches tomorrow. Hopefully there won't be in the 10-ball championship. So let's have a look at, now where the hell is it? Is it the results? Yeah, if you look at that there, he's got the Moneyball handicap in nice red text there. Now that's clear enough to read. I think part of the problem is that red text is on a sort of pale blue background, which sort of washes it out slightly, I think, on the tournament page. And I think that is partly the problem. So if we go back into Friday Night 9, but you see how this has got blue tinge to it. You'll get a darker greyish blue, a lighter blue, and the red against it is not quite as clear as it is with the background on that league page. But I'm purely talking from a selfish point of view to make it clearer for me to actually see it. But anyway, that's enough of that. Welcome everybody. Welcome to Bill. I might have missed people. Welcome to Larry. Was it Hazard that said that about the snooker thing, Larry? I think I knew somebody said something. I couldn't remember who it was. And welcome to anybody else that I might have missed. Bill's there as well. Yeah. So I mean, there's no need for any panicking for the matches to get arranged. Another 6 days for that to happen. So we should be okay there, I would imagine. I would think that if Barkers is out of town, he'll be back after the weekend. And then, of course, it just depends what his other work commitments are as to whether he's going to make it. But there should be a response at some time. So this is the third week and the fourth week in a row now. After the summer is over, we've had full Friday night 9 balls, which is always good. And that we're now well past the top of the hour. We're at least a minute and a half past on my watch, and we're waiting on the rooms to go up. Yeah, that's definitely over its time. There we go. So the rooms are up, and we are going to head in to, now is Fast Eddie here? Is he in a room? That's interesting, because unless I am blind, I can't see Fast Eddie there. I don't see him there at all. Maybe he was one of the ones that signed up earlier on in the week, maybe, and then now he's forgot about it, or he's got called away. But I certainly don't see him neither in the chat nor in a room. So we might have to, I think we might have to replan what room we're going to go in. No sign of him there, so Spectratron will be in there waiting. What one will we go into now? I think we'll go into Mr. Fox and Bankster. In the meantime, if Fast Eddie shows up, one of you can let me know, and we'll dive back into that. So we'll head in, because Bankster's going to be getting a handicap. In fact, let's just jump back out. Is Mr. Fox here? He's not here either. What the hell's going on? That's a great start. 2 people that have signed up, there's no sign of them. Welcome to Rob. This could be a good start to the evening. So, now that everybody's clear on how this works, it's a 10-minute timeout for when the room goes up, and then it's 5 minutes if you get booted. And that was never really 100% clear to any of us, but that's the deal. And still looking around, no sign of the aforementioned 2 players that are missing. So let's go to third choice. We'll go to Mr. Bill. No, tell a lie. We'll go to Stefan and Yamaguchi Taru. Player 1 is Stefan. That is very generous. It's not really very generous. He's getting 7 out. Yama's sitting here at 2,454 rating. So this is going to have him up against it, because Stefan's more than good enough to get to a 7 ball in a rack. Welcome to Cobra. Yeah, I haven't seen any of the US Open today. I've been trying to get my my XSplit fixed and working properly, and I don't think it really is working properly, but it's good enough for streaming at the moment. But as I say, some of the audio is a bit goosed. I don't know what it is. So, Stefan 1-0 up. The break is dry. And a combo, I think, is available on the 1 and 2. But that cue ball has to find its way through those balls there. He needs to watch the control in this cue ball. Yeah. Welcome to Mark. I see Robbie Coltrane's passed away. 72. I mean, the thing is, the only thing I was querying about was is the fact that he's. I mean, I don't know. I presume he was either working in theatre right up until now, or he's had a long-term illness. Because you haven't seen him in chat shows, you haven't seen him in any game shows or anything like that. You haven't seen him in anything, and I'm just wondering whether he's been getting treatment or something like that. I don't buy newspapers, so I'm none the wiser, but I'm just hoping there's a wee bit more detail in how this came about. Well, that's clipped a 9 ball there. So, a poor one from Yama. Now, how did Yama get to 2,454 in his 9 ball rating when he's not been here for God knows when? Well, that's more than I heard, Mark. Certainly, I haven't seen him, out and about or doing anything. I think I don't think I've seen any of the Harry Potter films, but I knew he was Hagrid or something in those Harry Potter films. I've never seen any of them, so, I mean, you think about when the last one of them was made, that must be, 10 years ago or more, and I haven't really seen him in television. What was that detective thing he was in? I never even seen that either. I never watched the TV. Was it Cracker or something? And now it's Stepan's turn. And this 7 and 8 look like a reasonable combo, I think. Let's look at it from that end. Oh, that's got to go in. That's got to go in. I mean, if you just hit this at a nice pace, even if you're cheating it off the rail, it's still got to go in. It's not going to take any other weird line. That's a guarantee. Well, the thing is I remember him a lot older than that, though. I remember watching Tutti Frutti with Richard, what's his name, Meldrew, or him that played Meldrew in it, and the Scottish lassie that was in it. I remember watching that, and then he was in the Scottish comedy series in BBC Two. So we're one rack all now. While Yama's at the table here, let's just tab out for a wee second and see how things are going, because it looks as if Mr. Fox has showed up. Maybe not, because no tell a lie, it hasn't started yet. And Fast Eddie and Spectre Dawn hasn't started either. So they are no shows for whatever reason. I don't know. But those results will be coming up on the in-game chat window in a little second or two. What time's that? We're not far off. Well, it'll be probably another couple of minutes yet. Bear in mind the tournament didn't actually go up until about probably a minute and a half to 2 minutes after the hour. Yeah, Angela Lansbury, she was around for a lot of years in Hollywood movies. I remember seeing her in National Velvet. Mark will remember National Velvet with Mickey Rooney and Elizabeth Taylor, where the lassie dresses up as a jockey, pretending she's a boy so that it can do the Grand National race. Well, Angela Lansbury, I think, was a big sister in that film, and that was made in like 1940 something. So she's been around for an awful lot of years. I mean, I presume she was British born, but she shipped over to the States a long time ago. Spent pretty much, I think, most of her acting career over there. And then once her Hollywood career was over, it was finding probably stage work and then that Murder, She Wrote thing. Bed Knobs and Broomsticks, she was in that, yeah. Yep. You know you're getting old when people you grew up with, watching them and things like that, start kicking the bucket. It just seems to be a never-ending line of people. And I'm not just talking about celebrities, I'm talking about people you know in real life as well. So Yama, again, this is all about the pace. This could finish really awkward or stone dead perfect. And I would say that's pretty stone dead perfect. And there's the first result come through. So Bankster has won that match against Mr. Fox. Mr. Fox has been forfeited. And the next one should be coming through any second as well, unless Fast Eddie has shown up. because, well, it's surprising that that result hasn't come through. So maybe Fast Eddie has arrived. Let me have a quick look at the lobby. See if we can see who's in rooms here. Well, Fast Eddie has shown up. Now, I'll give it up to you guys. Do you want to stay with this match, or do we want to go with the Fast Eddie Spectre Dawn match? I'll leave it to viewers' choice. We can stick with this one, or we can jump into Fast Eddie. Right, that's one vote from Cobra says to stay here. Talking about votes, that next World Championship vote is getting fairly tight on YouTube. If you go to the YouTube community page on my channel, you'll see that it is tightening up as far as the vote goes. There's still not enough votes on my camera one, by the way. So anybody that hasn't voted, even if you're watching on Twitch, please go to my YouTube channel, go to the community tab and get your vote in for the cameras. As well as what you want the next Virtual World Championship to be. Well, I think Stefan's little kiss on the 8 ball might have done him. No, it hasn't. He's okay. You can't vote for. I don't think you can place any more than one vote on that. Because I know I can't vote on it, because I'm the one that created it. It doesn't let me anywhere near it. And I presume if you have to log into YouTube, you would only be allowed to make one vote. And if that was the case, it would be, everybody else would be voting 2 or 3 times. So anyway, Stefan has the lead, 3 racks to 2. At least another ball in the break. I don't know what one it was. What was it? 6 ball, and not a great shot in the 1 here. Is he going for the thin cut? Because this cue ball's not going to finish pretty. Well, he's gone all out for the cut. Now he needs to get lucky here, and he's got a nice little nudge in the 9. And what's more, the pressure's on to make the pot in the 2, and he's going to have to work the cue ball a little bit here. Well, this isn't ideal, but he's either got a very thin billiard in the 9. I don't think that's a shot, and I don't think he took enough time and set himself up for that 3-9 combo. He should have taken a wee bit longer to get his line before he committed. He's got away with it though. Yeah, I don't even know who's all still left in the tournament. No Americans left in it, eh? That'll be a sickener for them. Somebody maybe knows. I was under the assumption that Jason Shaw was in the winner's side. Well, this cue ball's in a scratch. But did he not? Did they get knocked out in the last 32? If he was in the winner's side and he loses one match, I assumed he went to the one-loss side. I don't know whether he did go to the one-loss side. Did he just qualify for the knockout stages, and then once he loses one, he's out the door, and he didn't get 2 chances like the other guys? I'm a bit confused. Well, if Catchy's still in it, he'll not be taking 4 or 5 minutes from now on in, because it's the shot clock's in it now, I think. And I don't know whether they're going to change to the rack rather than the template. I think that's what they've done before. They've had the rack, they've had the template in the early rounds of the tournament, and then they went to the rack for the knockout stages. So Yama with a chance to square this match up. And of course, that match that started late with Fast Eddie, there's a strong chance that this one could be over before that one is, and we could pop in and have a look at the end of it. Right, from the last 64, it was knockout. I just think that's a bit of a sickener. So, are we saying that Jason Shaw never went to the one-loss side, and then he gets to the last whatever it is, and he gets beat once, and that's him out of the tournament? That's not very fair, is it? Not just to him, but to others that the same thing happened to. I thought it was double elimination. Oh well, that wasn't my understanding of it. You know, I thought they would have had all the double elimination rounds done for them that did get beat one. But anyway, it's confusing. Or was he in the loser's side? So he had lost a match then. I've missed a lot yet. Right, so Yama on the 4-ball, but that isn't the problem. Once he's played this shot, we'll have a quick look at this 8-ball. The 8-ball's comfortable. It does go from that side, but he's got to get some sort of position on this 7-ball where he can either roll through to the left side of the 8 and take the 8 into the right side, or finish the right side to take the 8-ball into that top left. I don't think the 8 and 9 are a combo. They're nothing like it. Welcome to semi-pro. Right, the loser side finished prior to the last 64. Right. So he should be good from this angle to go over to the right side. Now, the problem is how much of this 9-ball he's going to take and how hard he's going to hit this 8-ball. Because he wants to be, he's going to be glancing across the 9, and you would think it's going to push it that way. He has to watch the cue ball, which is why he's digging in. And that was excellent.
Let's watch the replay of that last shot.
That was well controlled. So, Yama goes into the lead. Four ball in the break. That 2-ball looks as if it's heading in as well. Now, big shot straight away. Getting up onto this 3, which does go on that side. Can you imagine sitting in that China? It wasn't China, wasn't it? That Hong Kong Masters last week. I mean, this looks far enough away from the table, but if you were one of the 9,000 sitting in that arena watching the final, you're like 4 or 5 times further away than what this is. Probably sitting with a pair of binoculars trying to see the table. Good shot in the 3. And it's going to have to be the old bedhead cut in the 5. Now, dare he do anything with this cue ball? I mean, the track you'd want to do is come down the left-hand side and take this 6 into the side pocket on the right-hand side. No, I haven't had one for a long time, Mark, and it's simply the prices. And I'll tell you another reason. It's actually probably more the truth than just the prices. It's the fact that now that I'm up at 4 a.m. in the morning, if I'm having a Chinese at I used to have my Chinese about 6 or 7 o'clock, and that's no good for getting up at 4 in the morning. When you're getting up at 4 in the morning, there's none of it digested. It's still lying in your stomach, and it's a horrible start to the day. So I have had the odd one, but I was having that as soon as the place opened at 4:30 in the afternoon to try and digest some of it before I went to bed. So I try not to have eaten anything heavy now before I go to my bed. So Yama now has a daylight 2-rack lead. I can't remember the last time I had one, and it's usually if I'm having one. If I had one last week, or was it this week? I think, and I had it on Tuesday. Sometimes when I'm having one, I have it on a Tuesday, early or late afternoon, and that's because I finish my work on the Tuesday. Now that's the wrong side of this 2-ball. That's no good. Now if he goes forward on this shot, in fact, he can't pot it past the 8, so that was the other major problem. Now he needs to hold past that 9, and he hasn't. That's always the danger, trying to play jump shots when you're at too short a range near a rail. Either the object ball goes off the table or the cue ball goes. That's a big risk, and Yama, well, if he's going to live up to his rating, he should be out here. And there might be signs that Yama's finding his feet again in VP4. Like I say, I don't know how long he intends to hang around, and whether he's ever going to get around to playing in one of these big tournaments again. But he seems to be quite comfortable with the house cue. I think he likes the idea of it not having as much power, which I think may well be one reason that he feels he gets better control with it. So Yama's going to be 1 away, and there's a result come through, the first result of the evening apart from the forfeited match. Larry comfortably through against Jezdev, 7 racks to 1. And Yama looking fairly comfortable here as well. Oh aye, that's news to me, that. What, 9-ball is it? So he's not interested in any of the big tournaments then? Oh well. Oh, is this going to get a rail? I don't think it is it? Oh no. Well, big mistake from Stefan. Oh, I need to know when that's going to go ahead. He has his mouse setting. He has his mouse settings there. Well, it doesn't matter what his mouse settings are. It makes no difference because every single mouse is different. I can testify to that. And another result through, and there's a shock. Or the handicap has worked against Bill tonight. Brainfill out has beaten Mr. Bill by 7 racks to 2. What was he getting there? Let's have a look. Yeah, Brainfill out was getting a 7 ball, which would tend to suggest that either Brainfill out was playing out his skin or Bill was breaking down too often at the wrong time. But Yama isn't breaking down here because he's going through. Well, that's what I'm saying, Larry. It doesn't matter what his settings look like. They make no benefit to anybody. I mean, there's no point in anybody copying them for any reason, because it doesn't take anything into consideration, like the quality of the mouse and the DPI and all of that crap. As I say, I've got loads of 800 DPI mice, and there's not 2 of them play the same in VP4. So there we go. Yama's through. So let's just jump in and catch the remainder of this match from Fast Eddie and Spectre Dawn if we can. And it's only 3 racks to 2 to Eddie, and Eddie is getting the last 2, which is the handicap that was always in the tournament system, but we never saw it. Or at least it was an awful long time ago when we saw it until it broke. Yeah, well, what I'm saying though is that some poor mugs will see Yama's profile and say, "Oh, look at that's how that's great. I'm going to try that," and probably wreck their game. Well, seeing as we're talking of settings, let's go to settings. There's mine. Anybody can. Where the hell is it? There. There's my settings. I've got my shooting speed down at 9, my rotation at 9, my rotate slew at 55, and advanced settings. I've got velocity average, the fit time at 1/16th, and the accumulated time, whatever that does, at 8. So everybody copy them and see how you go. So it's 4-2 to Fast Eddie. And again, getting the last 2 is very generous to Eddie and extremely dangerous for Spectre Dawn. Right then. Okay, let's have a look at his bloody profile and see what it says. Yamaguchi Taru. Right, I am slow to play. I do not play with players who do not see their opponent's shot. I do not want to hear my opponents complain about dry break. At least they pot them. At least they. I don't understand that. I think that's a bad Japanese translation. That at least they pot than one. Right. Note DPI 950, G602 mouse shootings 4. So he's got. See, the thing is, he's got a pretty good mouse, I would imagine, and his shooting speed's down at 4. His rotation's at 15, and whatever the other thing is at 15. 85. But like I say, that's. I mean, the thing is, that's why I use my phone. I took a screenshot with my phone for my settings. Let's go to the bracket, and we'll update that. So he's got his DPI at 950, which means the Q is going through quicker. And there's the result through. Now, what the hell's happened there? Well, there's two results through. Slim has gone through 7 racks to 4 against CZ, and immediately Yama has forfeited to Bankster. I don't know what's happened there. He's won that first match against Stefan, and all of a sudden he's forfeited against Bankster. So I don't. Yama's got called away, or it's well past his bedtime as it is, and he's decided to bail for whatever reason. And meanwhile, Fast Eddie should have another rack in the board, and he just needs to dig into the cue ball to spin away from the corner pocket. I think he needs to be. Oh no, he's fine, he can cut it, no problem. And another result has come through. Chimpy has beaten Ice Age by 7 racks to 5. Fast Eddie 5-2 up. So it's a tough ask for Spectre Dawn, and it's dry for Eddie, but Eddie's not left anything on. Just a wee second to adjust something, hang on. That's better. Well, good little jump, but no joy with the roll of the ball. He'll do well to get over this. And he has done. And I think Spectre Dawn will feel that he has to go for this down the rail just to try and get a few balls potted and get control of the table. And he's played that well. Now I wonder if he can bump that 7 or whether he's trying to avoid it. It's actually a bit more of a cut in this 3 ball. He might skim and catch half of that 7 and run to the rail on the left. No, he's caught it full ball. That'll do. Now, again, going to have to dig in here just to stun across the 5. Now, of course, if Spectre Dawn can find his way out here, he's got to put a couple of racks together to get back into this, which is a bit of a lottery. Of course, we've got those 2 matches tomorrow, scheduled tomorrow for the 10 Ball World Championships. Tomorrow afternoon, they'll cross over one another. One starts 90 minutes earlier than the other one. And then, of course, we've got the big match midweek between Albinario and Spectre Dawn. So I'll be there for that. And Spectre Dawn, is he on a roll? Is the comeback on? Check this button's working. No, none of them will work because it's not in the same channel. That's fine. Not the same channel, the same presentation. I'm talking to myself here. So, dry break from Spectre Dawn, which wasn't what was required. The other thing is that cut in the one is a lot more than is handy. In fact, he's looking at cutting into the corner instead. Now it's going to go at the side rail. I think he might have to tweak this cue ball a wee bit of left just to make sure that he comes back this way and back out. And that makes the pop much more difficult. But that's an excellent shot.
Let's watch a replay of that last shot.
I mean, as soon as you start putting English on a ball, you have to get that compensation right. And he's played it extremely well. Oh, aye, it's a really tough ask for Spectre Dawn. These balls aren't sitting great, but I think the 4 is a 4-8 combo. Yeah. And I fully expect him to get to the hill after this visit. And did I mention that result? Maybe I did. Chimpy's beaten Ice Age 7 racks to 5. So again, to clarify for anybody who's maybe stumbled across the stream, last 2 means the 9 ball and any other ball that's the last 2 balls in the table. So in this case, it's going to be the 7 and 9, and obviously as soon as the 7 goes in, the rack is won. And it really is a tough ask now for Spectre Dawn. I don't think there's any way back from here. I think Fast Eddie would need to fall apart. And for anything else to happen, Spectre Dawn needs to get to the table and start potting balls. And that's 2 down in the break, a shot in the 1, and loads of room to get back down here for the 2, and this match is over. It's all about the shot from the 1 to the 2. If he can get that done, then I would say it's pretty much in the bag. And he's put loads of right English in the cue ball there, which is what was the undoing in that shot. Got himself nicely in the 2, but it's a glimmer of hope here for Spectre Dawn, and he's got a similar problem. He's got to control this cue ball, and how dare he do an awful lot with it. Yeah, if he gets into this too much, he could go you know where. And he's avoided the scratch in the side pocket, but the 1 ball was really tough. Played at that pace. And Bill has gone through in the 1 loss side. He's beaten Chesdev 4 racks to 1. So Bill survives another round. Seven racks all. Might be going all the way, that one. What is it? It's still a race to 9. Oh dear. So Spectre Dawn has his chance to get control of the table. Now, does that 2 pass the 3? And no, it doesn't, which is why he's had to go over the other side. So cut the 5, back across with the 7 into the same pocket. He's just got to be careful here, because now he's stuck to the rail and he wants to get away from that 9 ball. And he's avoided that well. So it's one more on the board, but balls need to go in the break and he needs to be running tables here. Spectre Dawn. Another result through, and it's on the one loss side now. Mr. Fox did show up eventually, but he's just been beaten by Stefan by 4 racks to 2. So his late arrival didn't help him. He's gone home early. Spectre Dawn with the break. 7 ball goes in, and that 5 ball has just done him. He's going to try and kick it into this right-hand corner, I think. Well, I thought he was going to go off the... I thought he was going to go on. I don't know why he's not kicking it from this side to the rail and trying to kick it in. Well, he's looking up the table. He's maybe looking at his other options at the moment. Should he... no, he's not even interested. He's going to push out. Well, I think there's many a player would have had a kick at that 1 ball. Because you never know. But I think Spectre Dawn's looking at the scoreboard as well. Well, it's a race to 10 now. I think it's a race to 11, and then I think it's a race to 11 the rest of the matches, and then the finals like a race to 13, isn't it? I think it's a race to 13. Certainly the matches won't take quite as long now because the shot clock will be in play. Well, this needs to keep rolling. It needs to keep going, and that will do. Now, I wouldn't think he's going to try and drop into the gap here between the 4 and the 6. He's going to take the sensible route and get out into the table. And I think the 4 goes into the side past the 6. Yes, it does. So, Spectre Dawn isn't dead and buried yet. If he can get a good break. Now, his break in this rack wasn't great. He got a couple of balls but got blocked off on the 1 ball. But if he can get a good break after this this rack's done, we could be going all the way. Which is not what it looked like for most part of this match. So here we go. And the 4 and 5 ball have gone, but once again, he's getting no luck on that 1 ball. And what's he doing? Oh, he's had a blast. Now, well, Eddie will just bring the cue ball across the table. I don't know whether he wants to let it run. He can just bring it across the table and leave the cut on the 2 because he's going to be on the 3. I don't think he needs to be too ambitious for the cue ball here. Just get it out off the rail and leave the little cut in the 2 ball. He doesn't need to get great on this. Well, that wasn't in the plan. I didn't think he was going to catch as much of that knuckle there, and now it has to be the bank. And the bank is good. But again, he's still got to remember about the cue ball though. When it's caught the knuckle. Well, I think he'll settle for that. Another result has come through on the one loss side. Tell a lie, the winner's side. DJ Redo has beaten Travelling TT by 7 racks to 4. Well, I think this must be the one and only first round match that's left because it started late. And we're already, 48, 49 minutes into the tournament. But it looks very likely that Eddie will be out here now. Last 2, of course, so it's just going to be the 8 ball up the table here. Or no, tell a lie, with the angle he's got, he's probably be up the table for the 8 in the side. No, he's trying to hold it, is he? And he's trying to be cute, and he's missed the 7. Big blunder by Eddie. And it is going to go all the way. And again, he was thinking to try and, play it cute to stay in the bottom end of this 8 ball when he didn't need to. I mean, if the cue ball goes up the table anywhere up here, he's still cutting 8 into the side. He didn't have to try and get delicate. And, well, Spectre Don's not dead till he's gone in this match, and he's in control now with the break. And if he gets a bit of luck this time, which he hasn't had in the last 2 breaks he's had, and he's got absolutely none this time because it's come up dry. And the only bit of luck about it is he's left Eddie nothing. But Eddie's got to be kicking himself. It's a bad miss in the 7. Well, he's played the push out. Well, I thought he had. Oh, now, wait a minute, hang on. Hang on a minute. Hang on a second. Now, where's the HUD thing in this? Is it under miscellaneous? Where the hell's the HUD thing went to? Maybe it's under miscellaneous. Ah, that's what's wrong. Get that. I was doing things earlier on and I put some of the HUD off earlier on today. So Spectre Don is going to be out here. And Eddie was what? Was he 6-3 up? And had the match won, had he cut that 7 in and done the right thing and just let the cue ball run. And he's paying for it big time. I haven't set it to 120. I think that's what it set it to. Makes no difference. It's still maximum I've got for this thing is 60 FPS. I never touched that 120. I didn't even know it was at 120. I did. And yeah, he can just drop through for this 8 ball back up the table or come back, do whatever he wants. And then across for the 9. So, Fast Eddie is getting the ultimate punishment. Oh, is that Steve there? Just give us a sec. So, Loads of results through. Be back in a little minute, guys. Hang on. Just waiting in Discord, booting up. Good evening.
Good evening.
So, Steve, what is it with this shitty server then? What's going on?
Well, see, here you go making assumptions. Assumptions are the root of all evil. You know, because being a programmer, anybody that has to solve problems, the worst thing you can do is make the wrong assumption, because then you go down the wrong trail.
Yeah, but this is a
trail, and
it's a customer assumption.
This is it doesn't matter. It's the root of all evil. Let me explain it to you in terms you'll understand.
Right.
So
go for it.
You go down to the pub, and here's a Scotsman that you've known for a couple of years. He's always been very polite. He's always been very friendly. You talk to him on a regular basis. And one night, you're in there, and he goes berserk. And he starts beating the shit out of everybody, including you.
Mm-hmm.
That's sort of what happened on the server, except the Scotsman was a piece of software. So does that make sense to you?
Well, you could do it in plainer English than that. It was 2 days in a row at a similar time. What was the real reason it went down? And were you notified about it when you were in your bed?
I just told you it's a piece of software, and
a piece of software, their end or your end?
No, it's my stuff.
Right.
It had nothing to do with the data center.
Right.
It wasn't their fault. It was my stuff, and I don't understand what happened. And it went down the second night because I didn't understand what happened, and I had to put in some monitoring stuff. And I don't have an automatic alarm set up right now. I need to redo that. And I had some problems with it, so I disabled it. I need to take another look at that, but I'm not even going to do that till I do a operating system upgrade, because I have to upgrade the operating system. It's another thing on the list that has to be done. Even though I just did that not that long ago, I've got to do it again. So, you know, I got a lot of stuff that I need to take care of. That's just sort of general maintenance. Unfortunately, that's the way servers are. Is that you have to maintain them, you have to upgrade them, and then there's problems sometimes. I have no idea why this piece of software went berserker. That's another thing on my list, is to figure out what happened. Right now, it's turned off.
Well, that's clearer, because everybody here, including myself, we all assumed that it was a server that's gone down. So that answers that.
The thing is, when the software goes berserk like that, you know, starts sucking up all the CPU and memory, that's a problem. And, you know, it's just, you know, it was an unusual situation that's never happened with software that's been on the server for a long time. And, you know, I don't know, you know, I mean, it reinforces that I need to put the performance monitoring back on so I get notified. But, you know, like I said, the first thing I got to do is upgrade to OS, because it doesn't do me any good to do anything now. So I'm going to have to take the server down for maintenance, hopefully for a relatively short time. But you know, you never know with that crap. It could be down an hour. It could be down a day.
Larry's at it again.
Oh, is Larry? And Larry missing balls.
Larry's just gifted the third rack for brain fill out when Larry should have been over the line.
Yeah, you hate to do that, because it can really come back and bite you.
Crusader. Yeah, I saw that in the the text earlier on this evening, but Robbie Coltrane. Here's another thing, Steve. I've discovered what the problem is, and while this rack is underway, I'm just going to tab to the leagues. And now let's have a look at the bracket first of all. Are you looking at the bracket, Steve, on screen? Because I'm now going to explain what the problem is with the red text on the bracket, right? If I look at this bracket, that red text is still not great. It's still not a great contrast, but I've discovered what is a better contrast, and I've worked out why it's a better contrast. So if I go to the league page, and I go to, what the hell one is it I was in, what tab was in? Was it the results? The one that shows you the handicaps?
Or, it could be, you could adjust your monitor properly and then you'll be able to see it.
No, that's not the problem. Now, you see the colour on the right-hand side of this panel where the results are. It's a sort of greyish colour. But what you've done is you've got the names of the players and the results and everything in the white panel, and the red text in there is far, far clearer, like that. That is much better. I like that 10 times better than what it is on the tournament page or the tournament bracket, because you've got this tournament bracket with different shades of blue, pale blue, and that's not a great contrast against the red text. So see this bluish grey crap, get rid of that and just make it white like it is on that league panel, and I'll tell you that red will stand out far, far better. Anyway, that's that one. That's that suggestion in the bottom of the list.
Yeah, you're inserting them into the bottom? Is that what's happening?
Well, that's what I think is a good suggestion for making that bracket clearer to read with the red text for the handicap. Get rid of the sort of fancy grey, the lightish blue, greyish crap, and leave it just plain white for people to be able to read it.
Wow, this is, I'm looking at this U.S. Open bracket, and Chris Melling just beat the crap out of Levan Corteza.
Did he? What was the score? I was wanting to see that match as well.
10-2. And Josh Filler got the crap beat out of him by Casey. Casey beat him 10-1.
You say who's Casey? It's not Catchy. No.
Catchy, yeah.
Oh, Catchy, right.
Beato just won. Francisco just won. And Kazikas is a strange player. I'll tell you what, of any player in this whole world that's benefited from match play running things, it's Kazikas. I played him. I actually had him down in a match at Derby and ended up losing because I was an idiot. But he's a good player. But, he won the world championship. I mean, and he's playing better than he did probably when I played him. But his game is made for these kind of tables and 9-ball and this setup, because I'm telling you, he is not the best player in this thing, but he's real,
goodness me.
So Lechner, Ko-Ping Chung. Remember I told you, watch out for Ko-Ping Chung.
He's still there.
He's still in it. Beato and Ko-Ping Chung are still in it. I had FSR and Ko-Ping Chung not as favorites, but as second-tier guys. The only favorite that I identified that's left is Beato. He's the favorite to win this, but it's tough. There's a lot of good players.
Yeah, Beato's the current champion, though, isn't he?
He's a tremendous player. I've heard that he's. I heard that Kachi's playing good. I don't remember. I was watching a stream of John Mora playing Oscar Dominguez. They were playing a big money match in Oscar's ballroom, and they were saying that Kachi was playing really good. The guys that were commentating it, because he's one of those players that I've always thought was really good, but never seemed to get there. I mean, 10-1 over Josh Filler that's pretty impressive.
What about that young boy against SVB earlier on in the week. I was watching that live, and I'm sitting shouting at the monitor when he goes to play what he thought in his head was the 4 ball, but it was actually the purple 5. And this was at, 7 racks all or something like that. SVB was like 6-3 down or something. He gets back into it. The young boy, Joseph something, he's only 17. And for all of the match, he's been running the balls the way the balls are with the different coloured 5 ball. But he gets to this stage of the match and he's a complete brain fart when he probably could have won the match. He still wouldn't have been over the line, but he plays the 4 ball, the 5 ball instead of the pink 4. And it's a total gift. And the guy, I mean, that was a shocker. He could have had SVB's scalp. But he's probably, I mean, he's got no excuse because I say he'd already played at 13 racks or whatever with the balls the colour they were, and then suddenly he sort of lost track of where he's going and he pots the purple 5 instead. That was crazy.
Well, I'll tell you what, this guy that's playing Beato has had a relatively easy draw, as easy as you're going to get probably in this thing. I mean, obviously, obviously he's a good player. Just meet Mario. He's a pretty good player, but he's had a fairly easy draw. His last match was, Oscar, and he beat him pretty handily. So I got to favor Beato that. Kazikas seems to be playing really good. I think that's going to be a match to watch, is him and FSR.
So this is a scratch match, 1 rack all. Inspector Don's about to be 2-1 up.
And then Koping Chunk plays Kachi. So this is going to be a great match because Kachi, I guess, is playing great. And Koping Chung is a tremendous player. And then it's Melling against Max Lechner, who I would favor Melling. But Lechner's a good player. He has, played a lot of good pool.
Where's he from?
He has had a pretty easy draw. I don't know if he's.
It sounds like German.
Is it Netherlands or?
Sounds like German or Austrian.
He's not German. Maybe that's. I'm looking at his flag. Maybe that's a Swiss flag. I don't know. He's a European. I'm not sure exactly where he's from, but he's playing Melling. And I'll tell you what, Melling's the most underrated damn player in the world, if you ask me. I mean, he just beat Levan Corteza 10-2. The match before that, he beat Badwar Al-Awad 9-1. He beat Jovan Bustamani 9-4. He beat, I don't know who Michael Schneider is. Let's see. He beat he lost to Alcade. Okay, so he's got a loss. What do they do? Are they resetting this to a single elimination when they get to the last 64?
That's why I'm totally.
32?
That's why I was totally confused, because I was asking the guys in the stream earlier on. I said I thought Jason Shaw was in the winner's side, and he got to the last 64, and I think the guy said from 64 in it was knockout. So I didn't think that
they
was
went to
fair.
A single elimination later in the tournament, which I don't really like them doing that. I mean, if you're going to go double, leave it double the whole time.
Yeah, well, that's why I didn't like it from Jason Shaw. Not just Jason Shaw, anybody else who'd got that far without losing. Suddenly they lose one and they're out of the bloody tournament. That's nobody fair.
So I mean, we've got this is really good. This final 8 players. This is going to be really good.
I'll tell you what though, if Melling's break is working, which for the most part it must be, he's got a pretty good break, Melling. He's got that chunky body to get the weight behind it.
I'm telling you, I've sat there and talked with Melling for a while. I I played Jason Shaw at Derby, and then talked to him and Melling for a while, and Melling's an impressive person. I mean, I think people have kind of dismissed him. He's kind of a quiet guy. He kind of looks like he spent too much time in the pub. But I'm telling you, man, that guy is a great player. And he's won some big tournaments. He won the 9-ball at Derby, which is, that's a huge win. I mean, that's like winning a major tournament, really. I mean, it's 400.
It's a huge amount of players in it.
Players. Yeah. And it's a world-class field. I mean, you've got,
Well, a lot of them are all champions that go to that event.
Oh yeah, there's going to be, a quarter of the field is going to be pros, and most of the guys playing this are going to play in it. Most of the guys are going to travel to it because you get to play Banks, One Pocket, and 9-ball tournament. Thing is, some of these foreign players don't play Banks or One Pocket, so then they're only going for 9-ball.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the 9-ball first place is like 20 or 25,000 now, so it's not huge money. But see, they give away a master of the table, which is worth another, I don't know, 30 grand or something like that. So if like Gorst won it this last year, so he won the One Pocket, he won the Banks, and he came like in the top 8 and 9-ball, and he won he probably won $60,000-$70,000.
Mm-hmm.
So it's worth it if you can play those other games.
So
John Mora,
Spectre Dawn building up a lead here. Scratch match against Chimpy. And a result came through there. Travelling TT and ZZ. ZZ has won that match, the one lost side by 4 racks to 2. Now, out of curiosity, Steve, because you don't normally join in Friday night 9-ball, did you come here?
No, I came in because I knew you were going to want to talk to me about the servers, and I hadn't been in a while to say hello. And I'm not going to stay for the whole thing. I don't think I got a lot to do, but I thought I'd.
I thought you had some great news to tell us.
Well, I mean, the great news is that I think the league software is through the, most of the bad issues. I mean, maybe I'm cursing myself here. I mean, we haven't got the playoffs, but I mean, I'm real encouraged how the leagues are running. I'm real encouraged that everybody seems to like them, and or most people seem to like them. And I think we can do some more tweaking as we go on, but I think at this point it's going to be mostly tweaking. I'm pretty happy with the interface, the kind of information we got in there. I think the players are pretty happy.
I've just remembered something else I wanted to ask you about. Well, a couple of things. The first one that I had already mentioned was the sort of less important one, the text one, the red text thing. The other one was, there's a couple of things. The first one is that a lot of these guys probably weren't here when you mentioned in the stream the other day about the queues and also the rails. You were talking about tweaking the queues and tweaking the rails.
Well, the rails haven't been tweaked, and I'm gonna tweak the physics again, but I'm waiting until after this 10-ball. I know that they could be a little better than they are right now. I'm kind of zeroing in on where they need to be. I kind of went too far the other way. I kind of overcompensated. Right now, I think the table's a little slippery. It's more like, it's closer to new cloth, which I don't think we should be playing on. And I think the friction on the table and rails is a little low. But other than that, I think it's pretty good. I mean, I looked at, what you said about the tables in the U.S. Open being faster, and I watched some matches last night, and I didn't actually time any ball rollouts, but looking at it, those tables at the U.S. Open aren't ridiculously fast. Those tables are actually playing pretty good.
Yeah.
Hopefully they're not like refelting them, but I don't think that the VP tables are really slower than that. I mean, if you wanna test it, the thing to do you have to time is the ball rollout like over the length of the table.
Well, that's what I was doing. What I was doing during the week for a good hour or two was I had the stream on in my second monitor, but I was breaking at the same time as the players, and I did it a good number of times. And I was watching the rollout of the ball on the VP4 table and the rollout of the ball on the stream.
You can't really do it that way because that's what I did, and to me it looked like the VP table was about the same speed.
Well,
what you really have to do is you have to actually like time the cue ball rolling from one end of the table to another. And when I say from like one end of the table for another, I mean like it comes off a rail and rolls all the way down, just barely gets to the other rail.
Yeah, like a lag.
And if it was a ball off, fine, because you can go on VP and then duplicate that and roll the ball like that and time it. And that's the only way to really accurately tell.
Well, the way I did it, I thought I was getting it fairly accurate because when I did my initial testing, I ramped the table speed up on VP4 tournament settings to 31. I ramped it up 3 notches, and then I did some more testing and I looked at the stream, and the table speed was too fast because the ball rollout then was longer than what it was watching the stream. But then I notched it down to 30, and I did a number of breaks there, and that's the one that worked for me. So
I'm not trying to match a particular tournament table exactly because, man, I've played in tournaments where the tables were way faster, and I've played in tournaments where the tables are slower. I think the tables at the U.S. Open are reasonable. The speed they're rolling. Let's see, what are they playing on? Are they playing on the Predator tables?
Yeah.
Yeah, which I haven't played on the Predator table, so I don't know how they play. They kind of look to me like they may play more like diamonds, but I've never played on one, so I don't really know how their rails play. I mean, rolling on the bed, all tables are going to be the same. It's the rails that make a lot of difference.
Is it diamond tables? Oh, it's diamond tables. It's not Predator tables.
Okay, well, I know how diamonds play.
Yeah.
So diamonds, a diamond would typically have rails that would be maybe a little faster than these. The bed, it's just, that really just depends on the cloth and the humidity. See, the thing is those conditions are going to change. The air conditioner comes on and the table could speed up 20%. If you're watching a TV table with it's under the lights, that's going to be faster than every other table in the whole U.S. Open. So, it's hard to do that, and I'm not trying to get something matched exactly because, like I said, the air conditioning come on and all of a sudden it changes. So that's not what's important. What's important is that the table plays well, and I think that the speed the tables are at now are pretty good. Now, when I redo the physics thing, what's going to happen with the speed of the rails? I don't know. It's possible that the speed of the rails may go up slightly because when you start tweaking things like the friction, which I know I need to tweak, it affects other things. So all the stuff's interrelated. You can't change one thing without affecting everything else, not and keep, the ball pass running correctly. So I'm not, I'm not trying to match anything just perfect because there's no such thing as that.
Well, expected on having to kick, and this is going to pretty much kick safe.
Yeah, that's a good kick. I mean, he left out an open, but he didn't leave any kind of gimme.
I'm surprised he's not using the 7 ball as a stopper and ducking away up table. 7 ball's still a half decent stopper, he gets it right.
I'd actually shoot this. I'd cut the 3-ball. I wouldn't have done that. I would actually shot that 3-ball in the pocket, and I'll tell you why. Because you got a pretty good chance of making that, and you can get on the 4-ball, and you can run the cue ball at the 6. Whereas if it doesn't go in, chances are it's coming back out, and you might get them snookered on the 9. I would have shot that for sure, because the problem is, like, he could have gotten locked up there. Okay,
Yeah.
Spectre Don didn't play a good safety, but Chimpy could have been locked up by trying to play that shot that really wasn't very good. He was better off shooting it.
Yeah, it'd have been better. It'd have been a better result if we hadn't run into the 8-ball.
Now this is a tricky shot.
No, I'm not sure what that was.
Well, he was trying to play safe and didn't do a very good job of it. I mean, playing safe is something that it's tricky. It's tricky to get good at playing safe, but it's super important part of the game. But you got to recognize when you should do something like, the reason I said Chimpy should have shot that 3-ball, because it was a 2-way shot. He's got a chance to make it and run out, but if he doesn't make it, worst case, he's probably, if the ball doesn't hang in the pocket, it's going to come back on the end rail, and it's, end of table, and he might even get a hook on the 9. So why not shoot it?
Good shot. That was nailed to the rail.
Yeah,
how's
he's
his
got
luck?
trouble here with a cue ball, though.
Yep.
Of course, with playing with jump cues, this is probably in.
Oh, he'll never make that. That's too far.
You don't think you could jump that?
No.
I think you could have. At least in real life, you could have. I would think in VP you could too.
Thunderhot XYZ. Oh no, is it Tinder? Tinder. There you go, Slim. Get into that.
Yeah, Cobra says U.S. Open tables are slow. I don't think they're slow. I think they're around normal. I think they're about how they should be. I mean, a lot of these tournaments that are being put on in Europe by Matchroom, they're putting new felt on the tables, and it's ridiculously slippery and fast, and they change the felt, and that's not really the greatest kind of tables to play on.
Well, Fast Eddie's been taken out in the one loss side by Ice Age. Final rack decider. No doubt Eddie was given a fairly steep handicap to Ice Age, I would think. This match tied up 3 racks all. Stubb was saying today, Steve, that he sent me a PM that he sent proposals to Barkers. He might have sent one, but he's not had a response. But I think it was Azad said in the stream the other day that Barkers was away out of town doing a refereeing job in a snooker tournament, which may well finish over the weekend. But they've still got about another 6 days to go before the deadline anyway. So there's no immediate emergency there. And Stubb also says that he's back in Poland. He was ranting on about the Polish flag. He wants the Polish flag instead of the US flag. I said, listen, unless I get proof that you're back in Poland or Krakow or whatever the hell it is he said he was, I said, you're still got a US flag. He said he's moved out of town. I said, is this going to get to a rail? Certainly the 1-ball isn't. Is the cue ball either? Nope. Big mistake from Chimpy.
Well, Fast Eddie sent me a thing about feature request. He wants to do speed challenge room.
Oh.
Which might be a fun thing to do.
Well, it wasn't easy, but it was still an unexpected miss from Spectre Dawn.
Let's see. I'm looking to see.
No, they are not, Mark. Another result through. Slim has gone through. 7 racks to 4 against EJ Redo.
I'm trying to figure out what the heck's going on here with why am I not seeing?
Well, this is a shot. Get good on this 7. He's trying to get below it. Well, he's got a nice angle. He's got to watch he doesn't send this to the rail too soon. It's always the biggest fail, because it'll probably catch the knuckle.
Not seeing these tournament match proposal.
And he's pushed it away. He's got away with it.
Damn it. And you know, it's like I've had more trouble with email. Okay, let's try this.
Well, that's a poor one there from Chimpy. He must be laughing at that, because that was duff. That's one of them. Oh, that's funny. My doo didn't work. I told you I've got problems with the audio. There's something gone wrong. Let's test that again. Yeah, it's goose. You're only getting one part of the audio coming through. Well, a sellout there from Chimpy.
Oh, let's see here.
And Spectre Dawn's break is right. Now that one ball goes. The problem is the angle. It's too much. It's too steep. Oh, he can certainly. He's trying to just nurse it in, but he's overcut it. Well, maybe it was touch and go whether there was enough of that one ball there. But of course now the problem is he just needs to dink it in and hold off the 5. And the trouble ahead is the 8 ball where it's sitting.
Well, I see Barker as replying.
Oh, you said he's replied. Well, Stubb said he hadn't heard anything. Maybe he's replied just today. When did that reply come in? Does it tell you?
Well, I'm having a little problem here because for some reason I didn't get copied on it like I normally do, and I'm not sure what's going on.
Well, 6 ball goes past 8. So how's Spectre Dawn going to deal with this problem? Well, he's going to have to just come back up the table for the 7 into the same pocket, I would think. And ZZ has beaten Braidfill out 4 racks to 2 in the 1 loss side. Now, what angles are you going to have? Well, he's going to be able to bump something here. He's going to have to force this 7 in a bit, though. Unless you try to just dink through in the very short side for the 8. Well, he's on it, one way or another.
Sorta, maybe. This is risky here. I mean, with where that 9 ball is, you might want to jack this up. If he hits that 9 ball, he could scratch.
Well, he'll take that.
Yeah, he hit enough of it that he didn't.
Well, you know the answer to that, Mark. It's Steve's system. It must be his system, Steve. That's. I'll tell you, it's a bad sign when Steve's got something going wrong and he doesn't know what it is.
Oh,
he's not getting his messages through.
It's a computer. I get things go wrong all the time.
Yeah, my XSplit broadcasters, the audio in some parts of it is broken and I don't know what's caused that. Well, look at this table. Chimpy's got to run this out.
Yeah, I mean, if he doesn't run out here, I think he's going to have to draw this straight back, isn't he? Sort of looks like it.
I don't know why. I mean, he could go forward and come down the left side and play the 3 into the side. No, that's what he's doing.
Go forward. Okay, he had enough angle there. I thought he was straight in, but he wasn't. But he got on the wrong side of it, so now this is going to be exciting. This is kind of a cool shot. You got to hit this with top right, and well, really more like center, almost center right, and hit near the corner and spin it around the corner. See that was the wrong way to play it, but I think he got away with it. It's hard to get the ball to run that way. Actually, he hit it really good. That's a good place to be.
Oh dear.
Okay, I spoke too soon. Well, look at this. This is like it was all a well-developed plan. All a well-developed plan. So Chimpy figured out a way to win.
Yeah, well, he needs a handy break and run here if he can get it. Square the match. And he's got 3 balls in a break. 3 balls in a break. And he's ugly in the 2.
A shot. This is a tricky shot, though. This is a lot of draw right. He's going to try to go around the table. I don't like this because this is tricky getting by the 7-9 there.
Yeah, it was tricky to even avoid that 4 because I didn't like where the 4 was sitting either.
I didn't expect him to hit the 4, but yeah, I mean, he just didn't needed to draw it just a little. But
yeah,
I probably tried the other way.
He did a good roll here. Oh, he tried to he didn't quite get enough of it. Well, this is.
You can try to take a piece of this and hit off the tit. I think he's just going to draw it, though.
Is it going to cut across the 3? No, it's going to finish really ugly.
Actually, that's not terrible. He can get on the 4 ball from here, I think. He's probably going to run into the 9 ball the way this is going.
Well, Yama, who played his first round match in tonight's tournament, he then forfeited his second match because he won his first match. Did he win it? Anyway, it doesn't matter. He's now out of the tournament because he's also forfeited his one lost side match with Ice Age. So Yama must have got called away rather rapidly.
Well, he hooked himself with the 9 ball, but made the jump shot, so it looks like Chimpy could be tied up.
Semi-Pro says, Steve, have you fixed the bug about losing rating points when in tournaments?
I'm not aware of any bug like that.
Well, that depends on whether you win the tournament or not. Does it not? I mean, you're going to lose points anyway if you lose.
Yeah, I mean, rating points aren't given out for. Are you talking about ranking points or rating points? There's a big difference.
So 5-all. We might be going all the way.
You lose rating if you lose as it's not fixed rating. I don't get what you're saying.
When you sign up,
I think the tournament ratings are fixed.
You lose rating if you lose as it's not fixed rating.
He's speaking in tongues. I don't understand what he's saying.
I don't understand it. But you're in a better position than I am to understand it.
I believe it is fixed when you enter a tournament.
So Chimpy looking to push out. He's probably going to get put straight back in here, I would think. Yeah.
I mean, you're not seeing your rating change between tournament matches, are you?
No, I'm surprised at the gap at that 5-ball that, well...
Oh, no.
Well, that was... I mean, it was a nice gap to get into it. You just got to find the line. It wasn't that difficult. But
it was a little tricky with that 5-ball there, not to scratch.
So,
Spectre Don is probably running out here.
Yeah, I mean, he just needs to get on this 4 decent and that'll be him. I mean, he's not going to...
Well, he can just come across to the other side. He doesn't have to pull it back at all. He may, but he doesn't have to.
Yeah, just get it out the table.
Pull it back a little right to the middle. That's a good shot. I mean, he'll run out from here. I mean, it would shock me if he doesn't get out.
A quick update for any of the guys that are interested. I put myself into the VP4 TV team today. Tam's now in the sidelines. So the assumption is that there's no more matches going to be arranged for the VP4 10-ball World Championship tomorrow. There's the 2 matches on in the afternoon, or breakfast time, Steve's time. And if there's none tomorrow night set up tomorrow, I will definitely be playing.
Yeah, I'm going to try to be there for at least one of those matches tomorrow. Let's see. What do we got going on? We got Bill and Cheeky Chico. I'd like to see that match. That's at 9 a.m.
There's only a slight snag in it. There's a slight fly in my ointment tomorrow because I'm going to have to take the car into the garage to get the heat deflector looked at just above the exhaust. It's come loose. So I don't know how long. It shouldn't take them long to have a look at it and put it right, but it depends how busy they are. But I'm going to go down first thing in the morning. And if everything goes according to plan, I should be back for the live streams, but you never know. And DJ Redo has decided he's had enough of the tournament tonight because he has forfeited to Bill on the 1-loss side. So Bill goes through it. A couple of forfeits in a row there. Well, the first one we knew about.
Guys, it still does all the handicap computation. Not handicap. It does all the rating computations after every match. It's just that in the tournament, your rating's fixed for whatever you entered it as.
Yeah, it doesn't change during the tournament.
Your rating is changing after every match. It's just that your tournament rating doesn't change. I mean, your tournament rating, the rating you signed up for the tournament.
Yeah. Now, just to get it clear in my head, if you sign up to play Friday Night 9-ball and you're a 2,200 player, when you get into the tournament room, your rating changes, doesn't it? It changes to what your tournament rating is. Am I right in saying that?
Yeah, it's gonna
stay
at that for every match during that tournament. Yeah. It won't change.
Yeah, and then the thing is, the only slightly confusing thing is that it does change after the tournament, but you don't see it until you get into the next tournament, or unless you start looking through the stats and going to the ranking thing to see what your overall rating is in the rankings. It shows you your normal rating, then it shows your tournament rating next to it, doesn't it? On the stats. Hawkman's saying no. What does that mean? So you're penalised for the handicap tournaments? No, you're not penalised. That's always the way I've understood how it works. I mean, you play enough games in a particular format, then you will eventually generate a tournament handicap if you've been playing in tournaments. But that stacks up against your normal rating from playing games in challenge rooms and stuff.
You get penalized. Well, I mean, if I recall, if it's a game handicap, it's going to compute it based on, you know, actual games won. If it's a Moneyball handicap, I don't think it does a rating computation in that point. I don't think it's actually doing rating computations for Moneyball handicaps.
So basically, in the league, having 2, 4, 6, 5 rating points when I lose to players with the 5 ball. What's the league's got to do with the first question you were asking, Semi?
I got no idea what he's talking about.
Larry has gone through against Bankster on the winner's side, 7 racks to 5. Well, it's well done to Spectre Don again. 7 racks to 5. He goes through against Chimpy. This tournament's marching on like a house on fire now. So that result will come through, and One Pocket Slim is now going to be playing Spectre Don. Larry's going to have a coffee or something stronger until that match is over. Now, let's have a look at the one loss side. We've got ZZ, who's 3-0 down to Ice Age, who's getting...
I don't know what you mean by rating will still be
ball,
punished.
And Bill's got away.
I don't understand where the rating's getting punished.
Let's go.
I believe there's no rating computation for a Moneyball spot. Not 100% sure about that, but I think that's how it's working.
Well, here's another question just to confuse matters. Does that mean that it can't be the case because we don't have a VP4 league rating on the stats? And by that I mean because this VP4 league is 9 ball, the rating that you have in the VP4 leagues must be your tournament rating then. Is that right or wrong?
No, it's not the tournament rating. I mean, the rating in league is the rating you signed up for, unless you were
tweaked. Yeah.
Tweaked.
So
and it shows that rating next to your name on the team page.
But it doesn't show you anywhere else in the other statistics. So in that case, then your league rating ends up being what your rating is in challenge rooms and matches that you play outside of tournaments. That's what I'm getting at.
Well, I can see your current ratings in my interface, but not you can't see it. Semi-Pro is currently a 2574 rating. His league rating is 2465, so he's over 100 points what he's currently at.
Right, so Spectre Dawn is in the top of the HUD, so he's in the right of the screen.
Hey guys, remind me if we ever let Stubb into a league, I want to put 6,000,000,021 on his team.
Oh God.
And maybe Mark Harmon too. We'll make Stubb wished he was never born.
I don't think Stubb will be into any leagues. They're just these solo type guys that hang about VP4 where, the one trick ponies, they're only interested in one game, and they're not interested in doubles, they're not interested in leagues.
Oh, so you're saying that the ratings are changed for Moneyball spot? I'd have to go back and look at it. I thought it probably didn't, but maybe there's some way it does. Ollie wrote the code. I can't remember what it does.
So this is a scratch match, no handicap.
Let me take a look here.
And should be a high standard. There's 2 balls running away into the open, I think. That will do. Oh, hang on a minute. Well, it's squirted out, and this has got to be a 2-in-1 shot here. A cut on the 2, a billiard in the 6, and no shot in the 4. I don't think he dare risk doing anything with the cue ball other than just hitting this plain ball and let it run. Well, he's digging in. He's digging in big time, and neither worked. He didn't get the pot, he didn't get the billiard, and he didn't go on the 4. And he's left the 2 over the side pocket. And straight away, Spectre Dawn will be all over this. Watch the end of a match, the ratings change. So what Larry is saying is it does affect rating. Am I?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
Well,
let's see.
So we're talking about the rating changing in this tournament right now at the end of a match.
Get effective rating. Let's see.
Ice Age has beaten ZZ 4-0. And the one lost side, of course. Where's this cue ball going? Now, does this work?
Where's the cue ball going?
Well, that worked.
Get effective ratings. Oh, I see what it's doing. Yeah, it is gonna do it for money balls. Essentially, for a money ball match, it handicaps it like you're playing even. Or awards the points like you were playing a game goal even. In other words, it assumes that the spot is fair, so that if you win, it treats the score just like it was you were playing somebody that was the same level as you are.
Right now,
it takes a higher point rating. So if you're a 2200 and your opponent's 2000, it's going to effectively make you the same rating. You're both going to be looked at as 2200, and it's going to compute the rating points like that. So you're either going to win or lose, like, I don't know, what is it, 16 points or 32 points? I think it's 16 points. It depends on the game.
Yeah, but the simple plain English question to you, Steve, is, talking as a numpty,
what Popman is saying is not true for these matches because you're not playing a low-ranked player. Everybody that you play is going to be the exact same ranking as you in a money ball handicap.
So you're really saying it's working as it should be?
Well, it was working how I designed it. I mean, so yeah, you should be getting rating points. So it's basically like you played somebody the exact same rating as you.
Well, that's a good shot to break the 5 out. And this is tricky as well because he's right on the rail, so he's probably just going to roll through. Got to go through far enough, but doesn't want to go through. This is dicey just to get on the spot, this one.
Since when? Well, since, I don't know, a long time. I mean, I just looked at this code. It's been this way for a long time.
He's a good
You
look
don't
at the
think
6.
it's working that way? I can always double check it, but
Needs to bounce.
I mean, it's
Yes.
pretty straightforward. Code's making you the same rating. So in other words,
Loads of right.
you're either going to win whatever the points, you know, I can't remember what there is points per match. If it's like, I think it's like 32 points. So I think you're either going to win 16 or lose 16 points on every match.
Now, I wonder if Albinario will come into the stream or whether he's just on to have a knockabout. I want to ask Albinario a question.
Well, but I mean, yeah, if you lost 7-0 to giving somebody the 5 out, you'd lose a bunch of rating points. Just like if you win 7-0. The thing is the way this handicapping works, the better player has the advantage. So, you know, the reality of it is that if you're the better player, you're probably getting more rating points than you deserve, not losing them.
Oh, it's that time of night, folks. But the only good thing about it is I don't have to go to work tomorrow.
The thing is, what you guys are missing is that normally when you play somebody that's a lot lower than you, when you win, you don't win very many points, and when you lose a lot of points, because that's the way the rating computation works. You win. How many points you win is based on the difference in your ratings, but when you're playing in this Moneyball handicap, you're looked at like you're the exact same rating. So you can't like lose a ton of points playing somebody that's a lot worse than you. And you can't, you know, because it's going to be the same number every time. Instead of like, it's like you could be in a situation where if you won 2 points, and if you lost 30 points. If there was no Moneyball handicap, but with the Moneyball handicap, you're going to like win 16 and lose 16. So it's really, chances are it's going to actually boost the better players' ratings.
Well, one pocket slim should be off the mark.
It might be 16 points. I don't know. I'll have to look because let's see, points divisor, compute player rating. Let's go see what that is. Compute rating points, get effective ratings, get distribution range. Let's see. WED distribution range. And the distribution range is 800 for that.
This is dry.
Okay, so it's going to depend on what the rating is, because if you're at 2200 and above, the points are only 16. But if you're below 2200, the points are higher. And it's kind of on a sliding scale. So, but yeah, for most of you guys, it's going to be 16 points. But no, Larry, you can't lose 4 or win 12, not in this tournament. You can only lose 8 or win 8 because you're looked at as the same rating. I don't know. Is that what you think you're giving Larry now? Is the 6 out? I know before you said the 5 out. I don't think you really know. I think I looked at that before and it was like the 5 or 6 ball, not the 6 out or 5 out.
All this focus on the ratings is all. I mean, semi-pro's to blame for it. That's the guy right there in the stream that's to blame for it.
I tried to explain to him, just playing, let's see what happens, but
well,
he wants to go mental on me and rant. I mean, if he just plays and we see what happens.
Yeah. If he'd kept his mouth shut and stopped ranting on about getting my rating put up, nothing would have happened, or nothing would have happened to him probably in the end of the day. If he kept quiet, Steve would have been none the wiser eventually. And now the shit's hit the fan.
I don't know. He's already assuming he can't win at the rating he's at, which I don't agree with.
Well, that's essentially true, because I mean, if he plays to his standard, then he shouldn't be gifting racks to players that struggle to run 3 balls. But if he does make mistakes and the guy can run 3 balls, yes, he is going to lose, and he would expect to lose. It's a simple thing. But be like me. Play the matches tomorrow. Don't give a shit, but try your heart out. That's all you can do.
He's a couple hundred points above Larry, so he's going to give up whatever that difference is.
Yeah, that's a bit I don't like. I don't think many of the guys, and we've ranted about it long enough, Steve, I don't like the idea a 2,200 player giving a 2,400 player, or the other way around, I should say, giving them like any money balls. Nothing like that should be happening. There should be a threshold where it just doesn't happen. And it still makes it fairer, because anybody that's 2,200 is still more than good enough to be running racks and know how to pot balls. Well, that's another argument.
Yeah, he'd either get the 6 or 7. He's right borderline on the 6 and 7. Let's see, 2250. What is Larry? I think Larry would get the 7 ball. You don't think he can give Larry the 7 ball?
No.
Well, I'll tell you what, I think he can give Larry the 7 ball and probably have the advantage.
Well, only Larry will be able to answer that.
I mean, the 7 ball is not a very big spot, you know. Like if I was going to play somebody like Shane or Beato or one of those guys, and I was getting a 7 ball, I got no chance, and I play pretty good. I mean,
well, look at VP4. Like, you might say don't compare it to real life, but let's look at it. I'll say that again. Let's look at VP4 and say it's real life, right? So these players that are champion level players, but there has to be a threshold. If a champion level player is at 2,200 and he's playing a guy who happens to be 2,400, bedhead, players like that, if it was real life and they were classed as professionals, they wouldn't be given any handicaps in a professional tournament. But I mean, like this tournament's on just now, there's no handicaps in it, and that's what at that level VP4 should be like that.
Well, I mean,
because they're champion. End of.
Do you want a fair handicap, or you just want to make a tournament? Because I can make a tournament where you've got amateurs, semi-professionals, and professionals, and the professionals go to 9, the semi-professionals go to 8, and the amateurs go to 7.
Mm-hmm.
That's how the Mez West Coast Tour was run, and the thing is it basically means an amateur's got no chance. A semi-professional might win once in a while, and the pros are going to win almost every time. That's what ends up happening if you handicap it like that. So, I mean, you can say, well, I think it ought to be like this, but I'm telling you what's going to happen is, the guys that are really highly rated are going to win all the time.
Yeah, they're semi-pro says.
Yeah, well, if we did that, then what you're going to find is that the guys that are higher ranked are just going to dominate it. Because here's what you don't understand about handicap and 9-ball is that when you're playing players that run out all the time and they hardly ever make mistakes, giving up the 7-ball or 6-ball is like nothing. I mean, it's like nothing.
So, Spectre Don's running away with this one. He's on the 1, 2's in the open, 4's over the side. This rack's done. He's on the hill. That's a commentary finish in this rack.
I watched Dennis Okoye give Ismael Paez, his nickname's Morrow, not John Mora, Morrow, the 7 out. Okay. Ismael Paez came in second in the World Championships, and Dennis Okoye gave him the 7 out. So, by what you guys are saying, Dennis Okoye should have gotten robbed. There should be no way he could win. Okay, yet they end up breaking even. But he's given a guy that came in second in the World Championship the 7 out. So. If you go in there and dog it, then yeah, you're going to lose.
Well, where he left himself in the 7 there wasn't very clever.
Well, I mean, I still expected he would have made it. That was a little surprising he missed it. I think what you guys ought to do is start matching up. You can gamble in those match rooms and start giving up some big spots and see what happens. I'll tell you what, Albin could probably give most of you guys a bunch of weight, and he's going to win. He just showed up, so I'm putting you on the spot, Albin.
Is Albin, are you there? Is he in the stream? Oh, there he is. Albin, what's the story I'm hearing about this this challenge match between you and Yama? What's the deal there?
Well, Semi, if you want to play in something that's what you consider, quote, fair, you should be playing in the World Championships where everybody's playing even. It's like, I can't win. You don't play in the World Championships for I don't know why. And then you complain about the handicap tournaments, which I can understand because everybody always complains about that. That's what players do. But if you really want fair, play in the World Championship. Stop not playing, because that's the best thing to do. I mean, I don't like handicap tournaments. I've played in them lots and lots. And honestly, the only reason I play in them because I've got some that pay pretty big that I can win thousands of dollars in. But I don't like them. I'd much rather play even, and I don't care who I'm playing. I play pros all the time even. I don't care. But you've got a lot of tournaments. There's no handicap. Don't play the handicap tournaments if you don't like them.
Well, that doesn't help your challenge then, Albie. If it was going to be for $V, if Yama's got an empty wallet. Yeah, I'll chip in 500 for Yama. I'll give him 500 so he's got a stake. That's the thing. You've got to buy it. You can't transfer $V. That's the only thing about VP4. You've got to spend your cash to buy somebody credit.
Yeah, we don't have any way of transferring $V.
Yeah. You should have tournaments where when you sign up. Here's an idea for tournaments. Let's say Friday Night 9-ball is a scratch tournament, but when you sign up, you pay your entry fee, and you can also pay additional fees to buy money balls. So the entry fee is $150 $, but it's 50 $50 for every money ball you want to buy, and then you'll see who the desperate players are.
Yeah.
You'll get Slim signing up, and Slim signs up and he buys 5 and out every time.
let's figure out a better way to make people complain. That's great, Hugh.
Yeah, there's Slim signing up to Friday Night 9-ball, 150 entry fee, and another what, 300 for his money balls that he's buying.
So in a race to 7, the 7 ball's worth probably 1 game for a good player. So you basically would be giving Larry 1 game on the wire, and you don't think you can do that?
Without a handicap from me, win or lose, I can't read that. It's going too quick. Well, he's got a Cobra. He's got a playing queue. I'll swear blind he's got a playing queue. In fact, I'll soon find out if he's got them on show. I'm positive he played in that match against Stubb in whatever final that was, and he had a playing queue.
Well, I can find out whether he's.
I'm positive he's got one. Let's have a look at his. I bet he's not got it in show. No, he's obviously sold them.
I can look and see.
Yeah, he's got nothing unless he's got them hidden.
No, he doesn't have them hidden. He doesn't have anything but a house queue.
Yeah, well, he sold them because he did have one. I'm 100. In fact, I can go and watch the video, and you'll see him that he had a playing queue, and he was swapping it backward and forward during the match. So he was, unless somebody's picked his pocket and stole it, and it's not the first time in any pool event somebody's lost a queue.
Yeah, I'm looking at his thing. His parameters don't make any sense. He says his shooting is 4. There's no way.
Yeah, I can believe it. Mine's is only 9, Steve. He's got his DPI set at 950, and that'll make the queue go through quicker. It does. I've tested umpteen mice, and it does.
950 isn't very high,
but it's still good enough for him with the house queue. He likes it.
He must be moving his whole arm a lot.
Oh yeah, it forces you to move your arm a bit more. But even so, he's still 150 DPI higher than I am with all my mice. Mine are all 800, and they're all different. And I'm only at 9, and it works reasonably good for me.
Okay, Sam, I'm looking at reading this BS that you're typing in there. Well, guess what? I've won a lot of handicap tournaments, and when I take the $5,000 and put it in my pocket, I feel like I won it. I don't feel like, oh, it was a handicap tournament. This $5,000 I put in doesn't mean anything. It means a lot.
Well, this jump in the 2-ball, you'll get that, but this 4-ball's blocked into the corner mostly with the 7. Let's have a look. Oh, he's going to get it in the side, I think. Yeah. So if we look at the 6-9, because that's where it counts, it's not dead set, but it can easily be made if we can get right down on it.
Oh, I think that's pretty damn dead. This is going to be hard to miss. Because you want to cut that 9-ball a little more.
Yep, this is fine. See where the cue ball's sitting right now? That's even better for making the cut.
Yeah, and this is
7-ball he doesn't have to worry about. It's over the pocket.
Yeah. That was near impossible to miss.
And the 6 goes in. Well, that was it, wasn't it? Aye. So, where are we now? Well, we've got Bill playing Bankster on the 1-loss side. They've just started, and I think we're going to have to focus on the 1-loss side now because...
change X, the shoot sensitivity is 1. Wow.
Yeah. Expected.
Well, if you had a real high DPI, maybe you could get away with that. It's interesting because some people seem to be going with an 800 DPI mouse and putting the shooting at 100, and some people are like going real low.
Yeah, because you can mess about with your Windows settings as well. You've got to take some of those things into consideration.
The Windows settings don't matter because we're not using those.
They don't?
Uh-uh.
Mind you, I haven't tweaked my Windows mouse settings for yonks.
The only thing that matters is the DPI of your mouse. The sample rate could improve things potentially. But, once you get to a certain point, that doesn't really matter either. The main thing for shooting is going to be your DPI and then your mouse sensitivity. Yeah, so Potman's got a fairly, he's got to move his hand fairly fast.
27.
So a lot of you guys are like that, but then there's like Cobra's at 100, and I know Mal was at 100. There's a bunch of guys that are DPI 800 mouse with shooting at 100. It's interesting that people I think it kind of depends on how you move it. If you move it more with your fingers, you probably need to have the shooting way higher than if you're moving like your whole arm and your fingers. Cobras, you're at 12?
Yeah, but I'll tell you.
We had this discussion. Who else said they were at 100? I know Mal is.
I think Mr. Fox might be at 100. And Albie's at 5. See, the other thing...
Well, but it doesn't... If you don't say what your DPI is, just saying what your mouse is, it doesn't really mean anything. Because you could be at 5 and have your DPI at 3,000 or 4,000.
Yeah, but the other thing that plays a factor into it, because the interesting thing with these guys who are talking about their mouse sensitivity, the other important thing is, because again, in an 800 mouse, I notice that it's probably even more noticeable on a much better quality, higher DPI mouse. When you go into the mouse settings, it's not only the fact that I've got mine at shooting and rotation at 9. I'll tell you something straight away that's simple to work out. If you look at the velocity computation, I can tell you right now that where I've got my mouse settings at 9 for rotation and shooting, if I was to put that to velocity accelerated best fit, I can guarantee you that if I go in and try to lag the balls, I'll overhit it every time because the velocity best fit is far too fast for my 9 setting. So it has to be down on velocity average for me to be comfortable with that. If you guys test it and do the same thing and keep your mouse settings the same for shooting and rotation, but then change the velocity settings, go to best fit and test it, then go to accelerated best fit, and it's like night and day. There is a big difference.
Well, I would recommend velocity best fit, but you can do, whatever. But what Interchange X is asking, it depends what kind of mouse you have, because if you have a more expensive mouse, they're programmable.
Yeah.
If you have a cheapo mouse, it's probably 800. I'm trying to think how you can actually find that out. That's a good question.
Tells you,
if there's a way to find that out.
Tells you in the bottom of the mouse that it's 800 DPI.
Well, it might.
Yeah, I've got a couple of old Microsoft laptop mice that tells you on them.
Yeah, those are 800. Let's see. I'm looking this up. How to check DPI. You can get something called a DPI analyzer. There's an online tool called DPI Analyzer. I've never used it. I don't know how accurate it is, but it sort of does what VP4 does when it asks you to move the mouse and click OK and then tell it how far you moved it.
So it's not strictly 100% accurate then?
No, but it'll probably get you close.
Well, I think it's safe to say, I mean, the mouse I've got right now is a little cheap Trust brand micro mouse, a little tiny thing, and I can guarantee you it's 800. It only cost me a £5. Bought 2 of them on the internet. One is a spare when this one eventually goes.
I mean, my mouse will go anywhere from 400 all the way up to 16,000 DPI.
Try playing VP4 with that setting then.
Yeah. Well, I typically use 800.
Yeah. That's why that's why anybody that asks you, if there's any new player comes in and asks you, well, what's the best setting for my mouse? It's a can of worms. There's no point in giving them advice. They've got to work at it, because there's no way that any advice you can give them is going to help them with their settings. None whatsoever. Not where mice are concerned. They just have to work it out themselves. I've been at it for 20 years and I'm still trying to work it out. But I'm pretty happy with what I've got at the moment. So this, of course, is a one-loss side match. Bill going to go 2-0 up, giving out the 7 ball to Bankster, who's
repetition. If you've got a gaming mouse, I'm sure it's programmable. I'm sure you've got software that you can change the DPI.
Oh yeah, it's got probably got half a dozen settings or more for the DPI. My old Logitech G5 has got a little slider thing you can change the different settings, and I've got 3 preset settings for it, which I can change up and down.
Well, I would say interchange X. Chances are with a cheap mouse, it's going to be 800 DPI.
Well, most of the Logitech mice are quite good mice. I've got a smaller laser Logitech that's years old.
Yeah, I've had some Logitechs. I've got an EVGA mouse right now.
You go and look in the net and see how old the Logitech G5 is. It's got the little button in the middle of it at the top. It's a big chunky mouse, a big full size mouse, and it must be 15 years old. It's got a corded cable. It's not plastic or anything. It's proper corded cable, and that's probably one of the oldest mice I've still got. So Bill looking comfortable at the moment on the hill. Well, sometimes I think Bill's got himself on the one-loss side early, and of course that focuses the mind. Well, ball on the break, and now he's going to put Bankster in a bit of pain here. The old G5. You still get the old G5, Popman?
That was a good mouse.
Oh, that was the most expensive mouse I bought at the time. I paid 50 quid for it when I bought it. I mean, and as I say, that was maybe 15 years ago. It feels like it. The most expensive mouse I'd ever bought. Well, Bill's got himself in, but how does he deal with the 7 and 8?
Well,
now, I'd want to come back for that 5 into the side, obviously, and leave yourself that angle in the 5 just to cut it in and dink into this 7 and 8. I don't believe the 7 goes past the 8 in the back side. It doesn't.
No, I don't think it does.
And that's not where you want to be in the 5 unless you're trying to play the combo like this.
Well, I mean, at this point, you almost should be playing a combo because, getting out from here is going to be that easy. So you might as well. Well, that wasn't a very good attempt.
Oh. The only value in
I played the two-way shot here. You bank this into the corner and you take the cue ball up to the top of the table and try to hook them, get behind the 7 and hook them. And if you make the 5 ball,
you can lock them up.
Get it to run up. That was the right idea. It may have not been the angle to do what I was talking about, but that's the idea, is try to run it up the table. And if you make the 5 ball, you play safe. See, this is no good. The problem he's got now is that this is tricky playing safe here. Well, he left an edge, but it's not an edge that's very useful because you can only really sell out with that edge.
Yeah.
Unless you come up with something amazing here. I would be kicking at this for sure. I would kick off the long rail and try to kick the 7 up table, and the cue ball is going to stay down here.
Oh, well, he thought he could. Well, where's the cue ball going?
Whoops. He got lucky with the double kiss on the pocket titties.
Audio's gone again. So this should well and truly be over now. Perfect little angle in the 8.
Let's see,
as
the
long as
guy
he
that's
doesn't
asked me to
scratch like
reduce
that.
his league rating has
dear.
a regular rating that's over 100 above his league rating.
Oh dear, Bill. That was a sucker shot there if ever I've seen one.
Why don't you just play semi and see what happens? You know, honestly, I think you play good enough that you're going to have the advantage anyways. I mean, if you dog it, you should lose. You know, if you're giving up a spot and you dog it, I mean, you're basically giving Larry like 1 game on the wire and a race to 7. That's nothing. I mean, you're looking at that spot like it's a big deal, but it's only a big deal if you start dogging it. If you play good, it's you're going to win.
Well, here's the other thing. I mean, would you much rather be giving Larry a couple of racks rather than money balls?
Well, it would be a couple racks. The 7 ball is like a 1 game in a race to 7 for a good player. And ask me how I know that, because I spent a lot of time in real life gambling and giving up and getting spots. And, you know, now if you're giving a 7 ball to somebody and you're like, you know, if you're a 1700 rating in VP4 and you know, you're giving up the 7 ball to a 1500 rating, that's a lot bigger spot for the guy that's a 1700 giving it up, a lot bigger spot, because he's going to mess up a lot.
And Ice Age is taken down Slim. Ice Age wins by 4 racks to 2. And Ice Age is through waiting on the winner of this match. Now, the hot seat match is underway, and it's 1 rack all between Larry and Spectre on, so we'll stay with this one.
Well, good. I'm glad you're in. You should be playing. I mean, you're the best player on the team. You probably have the best chance of winning matches. Although, granted, you know, there may be somebody else on your team that's playing good and at a rating where it's conducive to them to win. I mean, the guy that's really done the best in this league is Cheeky Chico. I mean, Cheeky Chico's played some tremendous league matches. I keep waiting for him to start losing, and he keeps winning.
Yeah, his luck's going to run out soon enough. Don't worry.
Now, let's see. Mr. Bill has done well. John Boo has done well. Tommy's done well. Really, you know, everybody on Lovely Bunch of Coconuts has done well, which is why the team is in first place.
Yeah.
Really, the only person that has not done that well was Little Wolf, whose index was lowered. His rating was lowered. But, you know, that's kind of what I expect. I don't know how many matches each person's played because it doesn't show that. It only shows their match win and game percent win. And you got to realize that those percentages don't include any forfeits. So when you look at that page, there's no forfeits at all. Those are only matches that you actually played. So those are actual, real performance numbers is what I'm trying to say. Somebody shows up, you don't get 7 games because he forfeited. I think, well, you still may get the match win percentage. Let me see. What's that doing? I can't remember how I did that one. Let me take a look at that. I know the games don't count.
I've just got lucky in my matches.
Let's see here. So, load teams. Get matches record.
Well, this was a tough 2-ball for Bankster, but the cue ball, well, he's digging in big time. No, that was a risky shot, considering Bill's a demon with a jump stick. But he's got it fairly tight to the 7. Well, this is a big test for Bill, the master of the jump cue.
Yeah, the matches percent doesn't include forfeits either. So those numbers you look at when you look at that team thing, those are real numbers for matches that you actually had to play. Which I did it that way because I thought that was more informative.
Popman, you've obviously not checked your message, or the messages aren't getting sent through to you because I updated it today. I'm in the team.
John Boo right now has won 100% of his matches, but I don't think he's played that many. The guy that's played a lot that's kept winning is Cheeky Chico. Hugh hasn't played since his rating got bumped.
Well, that was only 1 week.
Well, that wasn't
bailing out. That's because of commentary last week.
Yeah, well, you're going to be in there this week, so
I'm in this week.
See if you keep your 100%. You might.
Well, I'll be trying. Don't care who I play. It's them that are worried about me, not me worried about them. Right, so well done to Bill. He's through. Let's have a quick look.
Let's see the schedule here. So
we can have a look at all the team
Lovely Bunch
lineups.
of Coconuts is playing Omega. So they've got a bunch of guys with crappy match win percentages, except for Cheeky Chico, who's 100%.
Schedule. Yeah, so it's Team Pinas against Breaking the System and VP4 TV against 9-ball shots. Let's have a look at the teams. Who's in this 9-ball shots team? Where are they? 9-ball shots. Bobby Barris. I'll be giving him a handicap. Sergeresh, I won't be giving him a handicap. I think it'll be even against Sergeresh. And in fact, I tell a lie, I'll not be playing Bobby Barris at all because he's not in the lineup. Sergeresh, it'll be a scratch match when I play him. Bankster, it'll be a scratch match when I play him. And Zangetsu will be giving him.
Probably be giving him the 6-ball.
Yeah, something like that.
Maybe the 5-ball. I don't know where the break is.
Yeah. Yeah. And if you look up there, Popman, if you're still in the stream, you'll see that 9ball.com is number 1 in the lineup, and Popman is number 2, and Mark Sharp is number 3. Now, you should have had a message sent through for that, because I done that earlier on today. Yeah, it was a ridiculous jump, but that's how bloody good he is at it. Right, let's just go back to the bracket because we've still got that match to be played in the one-loss side, and we also need to have a look in and see how the hot seat match is doing. Let's get back to that bracket, and we'll do the quick refresh. So
okay, well, I got to go do some stuff, so I'll try to make the morning match.
yeah, and
hopefully you're here.
Hopefully I'll be there. Yeah, I'll try and get there. It's already 3-1 to Spectre Dawn.
I'm gonna go be productive.
Okay then, Steve. We'll see you later then. Thanks for joining
All
us
right.
and explaining
later,
the
guys.
situation. Take care.
Yeah.
So this has got to be thin, and he's gone all out for the bank. Oh, it's got the knuckle. Had it missed that knuckle, they would have been in. Well, Larry's right up against it now. He's going to have to get motoring. Wait, I'll just tab out and shut down Discord. That's one less resource that's running in the background. Six ball in the left side pocket. And I don't think there's any shot in the one. Can you set it at a points race similar to the APA? See if it will be similar. Was that a message to Steve there, Rob? Because I think Steve had already. I don't think Steve was looking at the chat at the time. So Friday night 9-ball has been on for exactly 2.5 hours. And we're already at the hot seat match. Spectre Dawn looking to kick, gets the kick, but this one ball's going to be in play, so Larry is going to have a chance, albeit not the best of them, but he should be on the two. Now, if he gets the right angle in this two, which he has done, he's got no problem getting in the three. He can go forward and come down, and the only thing to worry about is the 4-ball. He'd be extremely unlucky to hook himself. He did his best to try, though. You know what Larry's like. He had a good go at it. Well, I'm glad Steve came on because, that's what I was ranting on about the other day, about whether it was a Tuckney Halfpenny server that company that he was with, but it's his software that went in the blink. Now Larry needs things to go his way. And that didn't work either. The audio is broken. I don't know what the hell's caused it. I'm just testing a few things that have suddenly broke, and I don't know why. And in fact, I've a good mind to actually clear everything out and just restart setting everything up again, which is a bit of a chore. So Larry trying the bill technique with a jump stick, and he landed on top of the one, which might not be a bad outcome because he hasn't left anything on really here for Spectre Dawn. I mean, you could try the kick on the one past the 3, but it's tight, and I don't think that the angle's that great to try and cut the 5 balls well in the way. I'm just trying to push it to the 4, as long as he doesn't leave a combo, which he hasn't. I've taken my offer to buy VP4 off the table until Steve fixes this fly-by-night outfit. Did you hear what I said earlier on, Steve? Slim, I said to Steve about why not have an entry fee for Friday Night 9-ball when you're signing up, and you can also pay an additional $50 for every money ball that you want to buy for the event. So I said that Slim would be signing up for his 150 and then paying another 250 for the money balls he wants to buy for the whole of the tournament. So your entry fee would jump straight up. You'd be buying 5 and out every week. Well, Spectre Dawn's looking at the cutting angle on the 1. Now, this could also be a 2-in-1 shot. He might billiard the 9. Well, he got the first part of it right. He hit the 9. And he's going to have to try and kick the 2 in. And it's not a bad shot, this. And that's well done. How's his luck in the 3? Pretty damn good. Quick update on the... I was looking to see where that 3 ball was going there. Quick update on the one lost side. Bill is 2-1 up against Ice Age. And of course, the loser of this match will go through to play the winner of that match. So Yama did have a playing cue, so he's traded it in and emptied the closet as far as cues go. But he can't be all that committed, really, to be coming back to VP4 if he's not got any money in his wallet. But of course, the other reason as well is that he's no great intentions of hanging around for any period of time. And as was mentioned earlier on in the chat by, I can't remember who, he doesn't have any intention in playing in any of the big tournaments either. So he might be heading back to you-know-where soon enough. Well, like I say, that's probably why he hasn't topped up his account. He's only taking a break, and then he'll be heading back to where he was. So, let me do a quick check. Hang on a minute. Let me do a quick check. Where is it? I'll be back with you in a second. And this is the only thing I ever do. I never play there. I go in and have a look. Right. At the moment, there are 88 people in the game. There are 133 online, but there's 88 actually in the game, which is probably double what is in here, which is the most infuriating and annoying thing about the whole deal. It's why we can't get those figures in here. Yep, that's double, more or less double what we've got. But then again, the one thing that game has got is it's got what the players want. They want cracking lines. They want to have rooms with cracking lines and all of that stuff. So it's going to make it more attractive to the lesser players, and it still means that there's more bodies online for that reason. And VP4 doesn't give you that. VP4 is hardcore, and it's too difficult for a lot of players who fancy their chances online but end up meeting the wrong people most of the time. The Bills come through that one lost side match by 4 racks to 1, so Larry trying to stay in touch here, and that's not going to get there. He's cut it away from the rail, and it's all falling apart here for Larry. Well, as I say, Slim, I only ever go in and look at numbers. That's the only thing I do. I just like to keep an eye on how things are going. And there's less in there now than when COVID lockdown was on. Admittedly, there's less there now, but there's still double what there is in here, and that shouldn't be the case. But like I say, I think there's valid reasons for it. Yes, people like the graphics better, and yes, the graphics are better than VP4. I don't think there's any doubt about that. And also the choice that you have is a lot more in shooters than it is in VP4, and it's a lot cheaper to buy the bits and pieces that you want to buy, whether it be ball sets, cloth colours, cues or shafts. They're all a lot cheaper, and there's lots of them, multitudes of stuff you can buy if you want them. But as I say, this is where at the top end of this game you've got skilled players who mostly know what they're doing, and any of the old timers have built that up over the years in playing Virtual Pool from the start to Virtual Pool 3 to Virtual Pool 4, and have adapted and survived. It's hardcore without having tracking lines, and it is a test of your knowledge and ability, and it's also has the big learning curve as well, which you either play to that or you just come in and have fun like some players do. But in this Friday Night 9-ball tournament, it is hardcore, even though there is a handicap. Well, casual players need to then play within their limits. I mean, if you're a player and not a gratis player, if you're a player, a registered player, then you set your room, and the first thing you do is you set the rating limit for the room. So it prevents champion players coming in, and you allow players up to a level that's just one notch above you. That way, you're not ending up continually playing numpties. You've got to try and raise your game. You've got to try and improve your game, but you need to learn to walk before you can run. So these guys that come online and play in challenge rooms where Spectre, Dawn and Cobra are lurking, they're asking for trouble. You want to stay well out of that. If you're going to set a challenge room, set it so that it's players within your level that at least give you a chance every now and again. You get in with those guys, you're just going to be sitting looking at the screen. So Larry, well, having gifted that last rack, what the hell's he going to do this time? I don't think there's a lot he can do other than scratch somehow or other here. I never ever played Yahoo Pool. I mean, all these, and again, it still puzzles me that people prefer the. I mean, you've got thousands of people playing this 8-ball thing online, thousands of them. Well, Larry's got the break, and we know what he wants. It's what everybody wants when you've got the break. You want a ball and a shot. You want to stay at the table. Well, he's got the first part of it. The 1 ball has gone in, and the 2 ball is in the open, and he's going to have to run this cue ball, I think, to try and get around the corner, miss the 6 ball, and get up the table anywhere up the top right-hand side. Past that 4 and 7 ball is where he wants to get. And he's missed the 6, but he's run into the 8. Now, well, I think he would have to blast this stub style if he was going to try and thin cut that into the side. I mean, it's really, really thin, and I think it's just beyond the threshold. He's trying to bank the other way, and he's probably scratched. Is this going to work this time? Nope, it isn't. It's gubbed as well. All you're getting is a cricket. That works. So, well, I would think that Bill knows who his opponent's going to be in the one-loss side or the semi-final. It's looking very much like Larry. So if Larry's going to win out tonight, he's going to have to get the revenge mission on to try and get another go at Spectre Dawn in the final. But he's going to have to overcome Bill first. Hi. Well, again, he's played it well on the conservative side, so it's either the cut or the bank. And then it goes with no problem at all. So Spectre Dawn is in yet another Friday night 9-ball final. And he beats Larry by 7 racks to 4. Right, so let's head in. We're waiting on both players arriving. Race to 4, of course. And I think this will be. Will this be scratch? Will it? I think it might be. Might at best the 8 ball, I would think. Oh, is he? Well, I think I've looked in on the odd occasion and I've seen him there, yeah. And who's the other regular VP4 player that moved out to there? He's never been back. Can't remember his name. So Bill is in. Larry might be taking a... Oh, he's actually went... I think he probably went and did a reboot. So here we are. Again, Bill is on the right. Larry on the left as we look. And it looks as if Bill's won it. Larry's going to bounce. Fairly tight lag there for Bill. And it is a scratch match. But it's only race to 4. And the ball into the side pocket, which, what was it? The 7 ball? No, it was a 1 ball. Why did I think it was a 7? And look at where the 3 is. He's got to miss the traffic. And he's done that. But he's also missed the 2. Well, I think if you're going up table, you've got to hit this with left English past the middle diamond to straighten that cue ball up a bit. I think that's one way of trying to get there. And it's quite a big target to catch something of the 2. And that was well played.
Let's watch a replay of that last shot.
Well, my little badum is missing as well now. My audio is really goosed. But that was well done. Oh, Magica, that's the one. Yeah. No, but there's another one as well. There's another one. I can't remember. Well, if anybody said his name, I would know it. But Magica is one of them, but that's not the one I was thinking on. I'll never remember his name. I'll never remember it. But if somebody says it, Fluke, that's him. That's the one. Fluke. He's long gone. So they're 2 that were fairly well, Fluke was more regular than Magica. Magica was here for quite a spell and quite regular, but Fluke was a lot more regular over the years. Well, Keith doesn't play anything. He certainly doesn't play in shooters, and he's too busy flying model aeroplanes, although it's a bit dangerous to do that at this time of night. So there's no reason for him not to play Friday night 9-ball, other than his VP4 doesn't run too reliable, according to what he's told us. But again, you know, he's got a family, so you know there's other more important things in his life. He's maybe outgrown gaming to that extent. Although the one thing I do say is he does play a lot of stuff on. He's been on a lot of stuff on Steam. I think he does testing and stuff like that in a lot of games. I've seen that in the past. And Mark will have gone to his bed at this time because he's really quiet. He's probably gone at just after 9 o'clock. But what's his name from Wigan, who's changed his name, I think, by the way, on VP4. He's used to be very regular in VP3. He's long gone as well, as is one of the former tournament directors in VP3, and I've forgotten his name, but he hasn't ever really been in VP4. But most of that's down to work commitments and stuff. People's lives change and their habits change. So Larry's off to a good start, got a rack in the board, and he's ducking for cover here, or he's playing the reverse bank and leaving a cut in the 4. I think that's what he's doing. Banking it into the pocket he's at. No, he's gone the other way into the side, and that was well done. Now, can he just go through that gap there? I think he can if he doesn't try and do anything elaborate, and he's got to be on the 5. I think he's fine for going through the gap. Well, he's caught the 9, and that might have actually made it a bit more awkward for him. Had he missed that 9, I think he'd have been perfect. So now he's got to work the cue ball, get right into the cue ball, and is he trying to stay in the short side of this 6? Yes, he is. But again, digging down, and the cue ball has pushed that cue ball and set the 5 offline. Well, Gary B's, he wasn't really, you know, he was a moderator here, wasn't he? But again, and Marcellus is another one. Yep. Gary B was never really all that much of a regular in VP4 anyway either. But he's gone, been gone for months and months and months, maybe a couple of years now or more. In fact, the last time I recall Gary B playing was playing that challenge match that against Stubb, where Stubb bailed out in it as well. He played I live streamed a challenge match between him and Stubb, and that was, I think, the last time I saw Gary B. Da Hombre, he won the snooker championship over in shooters, I think. I don't know how regular he is, because I say I'm not that regular there to catch these people, if they are, but there's a good number of people have jumped ship and gone to pastures new. But Bill looks odds on to be square in this match. Just going to drop through for the 9 in the side. Sensible enough, no risk taking. Seven ball goes in, bottom left, and well, the 3 balls just get out of the way. Let's look at it from his point of view. Well, he's going to catch something in the 9. It's whether he can get out far enough, and he hasn't. And I don't know that this is a great bank either, this 2 ball, because it's awkward. He's trying to thin cut it, he's got it, and it needs to keep going, or it's the old jump stick to the rescue here for Larry. And again, this 8 ball is just an annoyance. It's an annoyance because you have to jump over it, but it's also an annoyance because it's in line with the 4. And the problem is the pace in the cue ball from the jump. And that wasn't the best of efforts from Larry. In fact, it's an actual foul. Well, he must have caught the other ball first then. And not Larry. It was Bill. What am I talking about? It was Bill. Well, Slim, don't forget, if you haven't set up, if you never took time to set up Shooter's Pool, there's a setting in Shooter's Pool that more or less copies VP4 setup, so that you don't have to remap all your buttons. It will do it for you. They copied more or less the VP4 setup, although the game I don't think defaults to that. I think you have to go into the settings and choose that in a drop down or something like that, if I remember rightly. So that it's pretty much, I mean, I've got it pretty much exactly like what it is here in VP4. So Larry into the lead with the break. Balls are again, they're breaking well there. Nothing's gone in. And, well, I think if Bill goes all out here and hits this firm, he could stun this across and run into the 7 and 2. But he's trying to come out and get enough of the 2. Has he got there? Well, no, he hasn't. But he's certainly going to have Larry in bother. No doubt about that. Yeah, well, it does make a slight difference, Potman. Yeah, it does. It does lower you down slightly, but it doesn't lower you down to what you're used to. And that's my biggest gripe of the game. And I don't want to spend any time there to try and get used to it, which is probably not a bad thing, because you would have to spend a fair bit of time where you became comfortable in sighting balls the way it's set up as opposed to the way you're used to in here. It is like trying to teach a dog, an old dog, new tricks. I don't have the patience to do anything like that, so that's why I've left it well alone. And until they come round to my way of thinking and change that, then I'll never be there for any length of time. They've got Cowboy in it, which is just the baby's version. It's not got alternate, but I don't think anybody plays it. A bit like VP4, not many people play VP4 Cowboy. You have to be on at a certain time of night to be able to play that, like I was this morning. Well, their answer to that is they want to have your vision down the queue as close to real life as possible. So there's explanations in the manual for it, telling you about, or there's tips and tricks telling you about measuring where your head is above the queue and all of that crap. I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in the fact it's a game. But I suppose, I mean, to be fair, right, we're old school, right? We're old school, and if we came online for the first time to play a billiard game online, and the one that we stumbled across first was Shooter's Pool, we would have no problem with it. I can guarantee you that. If we were brand new players, never played any sort of billiard game online, we would go to that game, we would play it, we would get used to it, and we wouldn't think about it, as many of the players do. The problem for us is we are just too old and too set in our ways, and we're not willing to put in the time and effort to adapt, and that's the honest answer. And I think you would agree with me there. I think that's part of the frustration. I mean, the tables are nice. The tables are 10 times better than what this game is in terms of the finish of them, especially the snooker tables. That's the one thing I moaned about the virtual pool. The finish and the quality of the tables is excellent. The choices you have is excellent. The prices are far more agreeable. There's a lot of good things about it, and that's the biggest gripe I have about it is the restrictive angle that I don't like, and I'm not prepared to put in the time to get used to it. Well, I think you know, to update the game to that level is going to use up an awful lot more resources on. I mean, Steve built this game to be as agreeable to players with lower end PCs, but Steve's imagination was that we would have a lot of people from different nations coming online whose budgets wouldn't be able to afford a more higher end PC. They wouldn't necessarily be gaming PCs, and so this game was designed more for that. I mean, what you don't want in this sort of game is like, the water's actually rippling and the waves are coming in from the sea and all of that animation, because that's just gonna run people's graphics cards and stress them out a bit more. And that's why the backgrounds are nowhere near the sort of the modern look that you've got in Shooter's Pool. Like modern arenas and things like that. They're very nice. They're very nice to look at. But there are lots of good things in it, and the main stumbling block for me has always been not being used to that aiming method, being so high up. And as long as that stays like that, then I'll remain here for the foreseeable future. Good evening to Vertical Liquid. Well, Shooter's Pool does have offline mode. I've got it. There you've learned something there, whoever it is that typed that. Shooter's Pool does have an offline version. I've got it in my PC, so that when you boot up Shooter's Pool, you choose to play offline, and you've got the offline game. Right, see you later, Interchange X. Thanks for joining. No, that's right. Well, I mean, I don't think that makes a hell of a difference at all. That semi-pro, I mean, the AI in VP4 are either total numpties or just bloody sharks. The only thing I never looked into, and I don't think Shooter's Pool offline mode has a LAN. It doesn't have a LAN option either. I think it's like VP4 as far as that goes, so you can't connect up to somebody's PC using IP. Oh, Larry's at it again. And this match looks as if it's heading all the way. If Bill can cut this in and get something decent in the 7, because I'll tell you something, that 8 ball looks tight. That is a hair's breadth off of being frozen to the rail. And also, the big problem is he's got to sort of just kill this to leave a half decent cut in the 9. And he's got to not punch it into the rail by any level. And here we go. So Bill breaking for the match. Larry trying to survive to get revenge against Spectre Don, who put him to the 1-loss side. Well, that started well. Bill's had 2 balls in the break. Well, 3 now. The 1, 2 and 3 have all gone. And it's going to be reverse bank in the 4. And this reverse bank looks good to me. This is going in every day. Oh, he's got it. He's got it too thick. And where's the 4 ball finishing? It's in play. So here's your chance, Larry, to take it all the way and get another go at Spectre Dawn. I never managed to read that in the uppercase text here. Handicap league, I had to go to something, my opponent 225, tough match. Yeah, I think the Chinese snooker tables in that look beautiful. I mean, there are some really nice tables. I mean, they've all got net pockets and everything. They've been finished, and VP4's never had a finished snooker table at all. And the snooker table in VP3 was just an oversized pool table with curved pockets. You know, they've got the finishing touches right in shooter's pool. They've put a lot of effort into getting things looking really nice. And it doesn't play as a bad game. It plays pretty damn good. But it is just much tougher to me than this is because of the viewing restriction. Which is a pretty lame excuse, but that's the only one I can come up with. That and the eyes are going. Right, so Larry is through, and Larry is out for revenge. It's going to be Larry and Spectre Dawn in tonight's final, race to 9. And I think Larry's already in the room. I think he's raring to go. And while that's happening, I am going to watch the lag. So Spectre Dawn on the right. And then I'm going to have to take a bathroom break. I'm going to have to bail out for a minute. So Spectre Dawn wins it. It's scratch again, of course. And I'll be back in a minute. Right, I'm back. Well, I'm back, and it's not a good start for Larry by the look of it. Where's the cue ball going? No. That never worked either. And now I've lost the audio for John Virgo as well. There's all sorts of weird shit going on here tonight. I think I'm going to have to clean this out and reinstall it. Bear in mind I've already reinstalled it and it's made no difference. I think I'm going to have to gut everything out. So, Spectre Dawn, 2 ball in the break. Awkward over the 3. And just looking to play the push. Now, what's Larry going to do here? Is Larry going to try the combo in the 4. Is he going to try a billiard to the 4? He's playing the left side of the 1. He's just trying to use that 9 as cover. And the worst thing's happened. He's billiarded the 8 ball in. And that's the worst thing that can happen. You play a half decent safety and he nudges 8 ball in the pocket and now he's going to have to kick. Well, I don't think, is it really worth playing the jump? I think I'd be just kicking this up and down and hoping the 4 ball goes in. It's not looking good now, because if this 1 ball goes into the side, which it should do, he should just brush through past the 7, leave himself on the 3, but Spectre Dawn, a rare miss from him, has given Larry a bit of a lifeline here, although he's got to make sure he comes out and avoids running in behind the 9 or 7. And I think the 4 ball goes past the 5. He's played the bank, and, well, he runs into the 9, and I'm not 100% convinced he can get enough of that 3 ball. Well, I don't know whether is it enough to catch it rather than pushing it onto the rail. Yes, he has got it. And he's finished nice in the 4. Yeah, my audio got broken when I was deleting one audio file to put another one in, and then things started to go funny, and I don't know what it is. And I mean, it's not a problem, obviously, that the stream isn't working. It's just that all my little annoying things don't work, and I think there's only one way to fix it. What I was also thinking and doing was I was thinking on installing OBS and giving it a good go, because it's got a lot more apps and stuff that you can put in it for tricks and things. But again, it just takes a bit of time of getting used to it. And of course, when I'm working during the week and when I get home, I don't have the patience in that to spend a lot of time on learning something like that. Not quite inside out, but learning it a lot better to be comfortable with it. I'm comfortable with this because I've sort of worked my way through most of how this works. It's only recently that I started working out how the macros work in it, and I've got them working, although you can't see them on this particular presentation because this is Friday Night 9 Ball and I've not taken any time to set them up on this. And plus I've also got my old Gamecaster software still installed, the one that allows me to put the lines on the screen and stuff. That's just a very basic, simple streaming software that I like. Where's the cue ball going this time? Fine. I'm just surprised. What puzzles me is that, you know, Popman has got software for streaming and recording. Napnicker's got software for streaming and recording, and that's as far as they go with it. I mean, I'd love to be 40 years younger and be like some of these guys that do game reviews on YouTube. You've all seen them. You know, the guy sitting there, "Hi guys, I'm really pumped up to play this game, blah, 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 blah." And you know, this idea of being hyperactive when you're doing a stream and trying to engage all your viewers, that ain't, I'm well past that age. Well past that. You know, if you want to be bored, this is what you want to watch. You want to listen to me, because you ain't going to get all that hyped up bullshit that the young folk do. Well, you'll never know till you try it. You know, I use OBS. But you see, I've had it installed and then I've just sort of given up before I've even got off the starting line. You know, I've just not got the patience. I went to all the bother to get this thing running as well as I can get it. And, you know, sometime I'm going to sit down and really have a good go at it. But there's also a lot of other stuff. Streamlabs, you know, that Fast Eddie's talking about. I've got an account with them. You know, that's everything's done online pretty much. You've got all the templates and everything that you can get as well. I mean, there's a lot of good software out there. Of course, they want you to sign up to a Prime account and all of that crap. This is the only... There's 2 bits of streaming software. In fact, there's more software that I've got. I've got Mirillus Action, which is streaming software. I've got it. I bought and paid for it. None of that was off the back of a lorry. I've bought a lifetime account for XSplit, because again, their customer service is excellent. OBS being a free thing, I don't think there's really a great deal online help for them and support, but it's free support that you get with XSplit. And I've never got a complaint from how they deal with you. I mean, they're very good at what they do. They know when you're a numpty and when you've done something stupid. I had one setting that was wrong a while back, and when I went on to the guy and I said, "It's doing this and it's doing that, and my bit rate's good, but it's pixelated," and he said, "Well, give me your settings. I've got this at that setting, that at this setting." He said, "Oh, set that to this," and that was it. One silly thing that was wrong. I don't ever remember setting it to that, mind you, but he knew straight away what the issue was. So I cannot praise them enough for their customer support, because even I sent an email to them, a message to them on their support chat thing, and of course it was like 4 o'clock in the morning US time. These guys are in the States, and they give you a standard reply, "We'll get back to you by email." Later that day I got an email. You know, they do what they say they want to do. If that's what the customer support's there for, and you're paid for it just in one payment when you buy a lifetime membership for it, and you get all your updates free. There's none of this reunit every year it came around. I had that other bit of fancy software that was out for a short while. I can't remember what it was called. Was it called Game something? And I signed up to them, and I bought the full version of it. And then I realised that after a year was up, they want you to buy another new version of it. You only get updates for the year, and then they wanted you to see. So their idea was just to get as much money out as you can. And then they went down the pan, and they quit. And of course, needless to say, when I found that out, I had already not reviewed my account after the first year was up and binned it. But OBS has got a lot. I mean, there's a guy on YouTube does loads of videos about OBS. In fact, there's loads of guys do it, but there's one of them who'll tell you loads of different tricks and features that you can put in it. But that's just to tart it up and you know, make it all fancy. And the more fancy stuff you put in, that's going to scratch. The more fancy stuff you put in, the more resources you're going to eat up in your PC. But as I said, getting back to what I was getting at, I'm surprised that there's not more of the guys in VP4 looking to do a bit of streaming. I mean, you don't have to. I mean, the commentary side of it is up to you. whether you're comfortable with it. I mean, you don't have to be an expert. You have to have a reasonable idea of where balls are going and what the player's maybe trying to do and stuff like that. But I mean, you can't do this stuff and be shy. You can't do this stuff and get embarrassed because you make an ass of things, because I do it all the time and I don't give a shit. I couldn't care less. It's just, that's how you learn. Doing wrong things, it's whether you learn from them. Well, the thing is, the way I look at it is, if there's more people streaming the thing, then there's more likelihood people will find it. And people are just not finding VP4. I've ranted about that long enough in the past. Anyway, Spectre Don's got the early lead, 3 racks to 1. 2 ball with a bit of inside right to check it and straighten the cue ball. He's on the 3 and he's got a major problem up table. But Spectre Don has become an expert at dealing with these problems time after time. We've seen it week after week. And he's already thinking about how he's going to get there. Yeah, but see, the thing you're doing, Semi-Pro, is on your channel, with the greatest respect, is I think most of the stuff you're doing is, and this is why I don't stream myself. Most of the stuff you're doing is a bit like a lot of gamers. Is where they say, well, look at how good I am. And that's what a lot of gamers do. You know, when they're playing PUBG or whatever the hell it's called, and that other game, Fortnite. It's all about, let's look at how good I am at this game. And that's not the way I approach game. I don't say that's what Mal does as well. You know, Mal does all this stuff on his own by himself. And it's like, look at me, how good I am. And again, there's a lot of people learn stuff from watching Mal's videos and doing that sort of stuff. But I think that the way I do it is the way I'm comfortable with it, and doing the commentary side, because I'm basically saying what I'm saying when I'm watching anybody playing anyway. You know, I wouldn't get any enjoyment out of playing a game against the AI like Mal's doing. And playing in a tournament and then uploading that, I would have absolutely no fun or enjoyment in that whatsoever, and I can't understand why he enjoys doing that. You know, why does he not do commentary and stuff? And so that you've got 2 or 3 people doing it. Why don't you do it, Semi-Pro, on your own and start up doing some commentary in your own stream? I mean, like, for example, we've got 2 matches tomorrow that are going to cross over, not starting at the same time, but I mean, I'm all for other people getting involved in it and starting doing it. But again, you've got to have the notion of doing it, and that's part of the problem. It's a bit like my excuse with OBS. You know, you've got to have the notion to do it and the motivation to sit down and take time to find your way through these things. And that's another part of the reason that a lot of people can't be asked. That's the simple thing. Well, I'm saying that, but as I say, you know, a lot of I mean, Mal does that as well. You know, he did, some tips and stuff, but most of the stuff is you making 147s all day long. But again, you know, if you like to have a record of your achievements, then that's fine. You know, my enjoyment is doing this, and I think it's each to their own and what you're comfortable with, what you're prepared to put your time in to do with streaming. So you've got to, you know, a lot of folk now, their time's a lot more valuable than what it was in the past when they were a lot younger. Now you've got set times where you've got a set span of time to do something. I'm lucky. I've got no commitments whatsoever. I've got nobody to have to be there for a certain time. So this is how I fill my time. I would just like to see more people doing stuff in VP4. And there's no reason why. Well, this is not looking good for Larry. So we've got a 2, is that a 2-4 combo up there? Let's have a quick look. It is, so well, he's deciding to play the push out. The one big danger is that pocket is huge where the 9 ball is. And now Spectre Don could get a bit greedy here if he wanted. He could, well, he's pushed past. Now is Larry, is he going to actually kick this one? No, he's going to jump. Because there's a chance it could have went in off the 9. He's played the combo, which makes it even more strange that Spectre Dawn decided to pass the push out when the combo was there. Well, I mean, my reason's always been the same for live streaming VP4 big tournaments. It's so that we've got a record of it, and as I say, for anybody to look back on them as long as YouTube's still there, and they don't start charging for your storage. I've got a feeling they're going to change something soon enough. But if ever anybody talks about VP4, they say, oh, there's loads of videos online. There's even videos of tournaments you can go and look at, or tournament matches. And then you think about it, when I was doing, I haven't played Eurotruck for quite a while. I actually just emptied all my mods out the other day, which was goodness knows how many megabytes that I got rid of. I just emptied my Eurotruck folder, and I haven't done anything in it for months now. I've decided to take a long sabbatical from it. But if I hadn't been live streaming at the time, and what's his name hadn't been in the chat with me at the time while I was driving my bus in Mexico, he would have never saw the other bus land on top of my bus when there was a collision, because I've got that video. And that's another reason for either live streaming or recording it, because the game doesn't have a record function or a playback function. It doesn't do any recording, so you can always catch some crazy stuff that happens. Well, Larry trying to hang in here, but again he's got to play really solid. Trailing by 3 with the break, gets at least 1 ball, 6 balls going in as well, and he's got no shot again. Well, the one thing you'll certainly not see in my channel is loads of views on my videos. I think I've got one. I think it's a Eurotruck one that's got like, I don't know at the last count, it's got certainly more than 10,000 views on it. I don't know why. I haven't the foggiest idea why. There's some strange things goes on. And then of course you've got guys who've got umpteen subscribers, they upload a video and then within an hour they've got like 8,000 views on it or something. Well, you never told us about it, Albie. Oh, there's not. I can guarantee you there is not a trip I've ever done in Eurotrip where I don't have some form of disaster. The one I done a long while ago, I actually had to do it in two. I had to do it in two sessions because I was driving from eastern Russia right over to Oban in the west of Scotland, and it was like 8 hours driving real time, to drive all that distance. By the time I got into Europe, I was knackered and I started falling asleep and had all my accidents as soon as I got into the UK. I was all over the place, running into trucks, battering into crash barriers and all sorts. I've got that. The bus. I bought that the other week there, and it's in early access, and it's a big map of Berlin. It's 1-to-1 scale, and the bus drives really well. Actually, it's the same company that does Fernbus, but the bus that's actually in the game called the bus drives very well. But the game is still in early access, and there's very little functionality in it. So there's some big updates to come for that. But you can set your own routes, set what stops you want to go to, but none of that functionality works in it. It's just a bare bones game. Well, Larry is back to within 2. And first-person shooter games don't do anything for me at all. They never really have, because I'm crap at them. This is the only. I keep saying this. This is the only game, VP3 included, as well as them before it. But it's the only game that I've always come back to. There's barely a day it goes back. I mean, I think I'm in VP4 every day, one way or another. I might not be physically here, but I'm in the lobby. I might be at my dinner. I might be watching something in the telly. I might be watching a live stream. But I've just got VP4 on like I would have the television on in the background when I'm at my dinner, and the telly doesn't get looked at very much. It's just it's a place where it's just like a bit like social media in the sense that there's people online that you've known online for years as regulars. It's just that's where you come. And of course, if like me, my regular game is a game of cowboy on my days off, and this week I've had a few games of cowboy in the morning with the guys playing doubles, and that does me for the day. Well, it is. It's just a place you go to. It's there provided Steve software isn't broken and the server's working. Well, the server was working, but it's Steve software that was broke. It's just a force of habit, and players drift away through. If you've been around this game long enough, as long as Larry and I and others, then you'll see people come and go. I mean, it was great to see Sharky9 online a few weeks ago. I thought that was him on the comeback trail, but it looks like it probably won't be. He had a little go, but not knowing what's going on in people's life, I wasn't aware that Sharky9 wasn't necessarily in the best of health, as are probably some people who are watching this right now. I mean, that's the thing, you don't know. You don't know about anybody's health conditions unless they divulge them to you. But other than that, it's none of our business. And then, of course, you've got people like Stubb, who you don't know what the hell's going on in his head. He might be perfectly sane in real life, but when you put him behind a keyboard and on a computer, he's a nutcase. Well, now when I say that VP4 is always the game I've come back to, I spent an awful long time playing Grid on the PlayStation 3 when it was just Grid. And we had the Demolition Derby was one of the tracks in it, which was a figure of 8 with a stone wall all round it and a big fence. And the tears were rolling down our eyes playing that game, as well as I say Gran Turismo. That's the best fun I've ever had online, and it still is. Even outstrips VP4. I've never laughed and cried so much having races in Gran Turismo in the karts. 72 hours I sat up. I told you, oh dear, Spectre Don's at it now. 72 hours I sat up playing Gran Turismo online with the guys from the States, and then when they went to bed, playing with the guys from the UK for 3 solid days, and the only breaks there were for the bathroom and to go and get a snack. And everything was eaten in front of the PS3. Well, that was a long time ago. In fact, the reason I did that as well was I'd only ever bought the PlayStation 3 when I gave up my job originally. And as I said, when I did that the first time round, that was to then be a carer. I went back home as a carer for my mother for five and a half years, and I bought the PS3 to kill some time. And the principal reason was because Gran Turismo was coming out on it, and I thought, right, that's the game for me. And then I decided I was going to buy a wheel, and once I got the Logitech wheel, that was me hooked. I was well and truly hooked. I was always, I don't need a wheel. I was originally, I don't need a computer. And now I wouldn't do without one. Oh, Grid was brilliant. The original Grid game was absolutely superb. And we used to play, I'll tell you, we used to play Demolition Derby for hours on end. Hours and hours and hours we played it. I loved it. Didn't bother with any of the other tracks, just the Demolition Derby. And when I played Gran Turismo, I started the career thing in Gran Turismo, collecting cars and doing all of that stuff. And then I got bored with that. And then as soon as I found a community online who were doing serious racing, and we had leagues and everything set up, that was me hooked on that. So that's really like 3 games over all the games I've had over the years that I've really, really enjoyed. I've had loads of other games. Euro-Truck's probably the one that I've played the most hours in. That well outstrips any game. I've got 4,500 hours on Steam, but that was when I used to have it. I used to have Euro-Truck when it was out in the box, when it was on the CD. Don't know how many hours I put in before I got it on Steam. Well, there's the shot clock gone. And I think Larry's fallen asleep here because he's just got himself back into the match, and now he's gifted it to Spectre Don. I'll tell you, the other game I was in, I've mentioned this before, I was in the PGA Tour, but that was a game that was out long before Tiger Woods, right? And I think that EA Sports bought over the guys, the company that made PGA Tour, because it used the mouse and everything for swinging the club, and they bought the rights to that, bought them out, and that was the end of PGA Tour. I played that online on Casey's Ladder. We used to have tournaments you could download courses for. It was a brilliant game. I loved that golf game. That was really a great game. I played loads and loads of that. So there's been a few games, not a lot, just a handful of games that I've really played into the ground in all my years of playing games. Well, here we go. Larry at the table, having gifted the last rack to Spectre Dawn with a timeout. And he's got himself reasonably good on this 3. The only problem's the 7 ball. He's just going to bump the 6, I think, if he can get most of it. He's trying to come off this 3. He's avoided it. Has he got round far enough? Yes, he has. Oh, I see. You know, the great thing about, you remember in Demolition Derby, I mean, you'd be in the lead, right? It was only ever 8 laps. It was only ever an 8-lap race, and you'd be in the lead for the whole race. There was many a race I was in the lead, and you'd come to the crossover point in the figure of 8, and bang, you get sideswiped, and your bloody door's hanging off, and the front wings caved in, and you're on 3 wheels. And then, of course, you're running at half the speed, and you're trying to get to the finishing line with a car that's fallen to pieces. The damage model in that game was brilliant. It was great. And then, of course, they then tried to do all this other crap. You know, that was a brilliant game. It didn't need another version of it. It was a great game as it was. Spectre Dawn edging away again here to a 3-lap lead. Oh aye, yeah, I tried all of them, and they lasted all of an hour and never saw the light of day again. And then, of course, was it Grid 2 they brought out, and the first thing it didn't have was Demolition Derby, and then I think they put it in it as was it a free download, or did you have to buy it as DLC? I think it might have been a free download. I can't remember, but as I said, I never went back to it after that. Yeah, I've seen that Wreckfest on Steam. I've never looked into it though. But I'll tell you that one of the most competitive games for racing is kart racing, definitely. And Kartcraft has had nothing done to it since last May. There's been no update in Steam. There's no information, no news, nothing. That's what happens with that Kartcraft. Well, there's a disaster there. Kartcraft, you get a little bit of life now and again, and then it dies a death. You hear absolutely nothing. There's still no online races. It's only online practice against the AI. You can have an online race, you know, with the AI, but that's it. There's no human beings in it. And I've noticed that PGA 22 or whatever it's called, 2K, that company with Tiger Woods on the promotion of the game, they're asking for £100 for the deluxe version of a bloody PC game. £100, mind you. I paid the best part of £100 for Microsoft Flight Simulator. I'm still waiting on helicopters coming in it. They're coming soon enough. There is a helicopter in the store for Microsoft Flight Simulator, but it's a helicopter for 1940 something, and it's 20. It's like 20 odd quid. Sod that for a game of soldiers. Well, Spectre Dawn marching on and 1 away from yet another Friday Night 9-ball title. And he's going to do for Larry twice again this week. I wonder if my end credits are going to work. They're broken as well because I changed the music on it. And my end credits and it's probably gubbed. So major problems with my audio. I don't know what the hell I've done. I don't recall doing anything to it, that's the thing. So ball in the break for Spectre Dawn. I think he tried the billiard onto the 7 there. Now, how's this 1 and 3 set? Pretty good. Pretty good for a combo. Now, he needs to have a decent shot. I wouldn't call this very decent. I mean, he can just drop the 1 in, but does he really want to drop it in and leave himself way up bedhead territory for this 2 ball? I don't think that would be advisable. He's got to try and squeeze this in past the 6 and run the cue ball. And he ain't got much room. Now he needs to miss the traffic, which he has done. And now he has to see it through. Well, we know that GTA 6 is in the pipeline, and it maybe has been for a number of years already, and I can guarantee you'll be getting it. I think I've had every GTA game since it was very first game in the market when it was top down, and I used to think the top down version of GTA was brilliant. I loved it. I've had every one of them and really enjoyed them. The only thing I was disappointed with GTA 5 was there's no prostitutes in it. That was the biggest disappointment for me. Because there was many a night I went curb crawling in GTA 4, was it? And you could pick up a hooker, no problem. And you were offered 3 different offers. I always took the top one, needless to say. And then you could beat the shit out of her and take the money back off her and drive away. But now, you know, GTA, don't forget, GTA is going to come out and it's going to be probably damn near politically correct. That's the other thing that's going to bug me. They're going to make everything politically correct. You watch. There won't be any sort of Goodfellas language in it. And there'll be no racial discrimination. There'll be nothing of that. It'll be all goody-goody stuff. Spectre has won 78 Friday Night 9-balls. I tried the GTA Online for like an hour, and I've never been back because I just don't have bloody. Again, it's just a multiplayer shoot 'em up when you're online like that. I don't know what kind of depth it goes to, and I'll never find out. I tell you what I'm thinking of doing. I'm thinking of restarting Red Dead Redemption again. I think I want to go through that game again. I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed the story. It was a sad ending, but it was a brilliant map, gorgeous setting it was in, and lovely landscapes. And in fact, even though I completed the story, there were still loads of things that, you know, loads of side stories that I never ever done. And I think I maybe want to go back and give that a good going over. Start it from scratch. Oh, I tell you, you think about the way society is nowadays. You're going to get all these goodies all saying how this is giving young kids the wrong idea. Young kids love GTA. You know, I remember when I worked in Curry's and we were selling GTA, we wouldn't sell it to a kid that came in on their own. They'd have to be with an adult. And we sold bloody hundreds of them. The granny coming in and saying, "Have you got that GTA thing, that driving thing for my boy, my grandson?" I said, "What age is your grandson?" "Oh, he's 8-year-old. "Oh, you know what's in this game, don't you?" "No." "It's all full of swearing and prostitutes and this and that and the next thing." "Oh, he'll love that." Scottish grannies are hard bred. But so they do. I mean, the kids love games that scare them and all of that crap. Well, this is a certificate 18 game. What the hell's that got to do with it? The kids love playing it. I know I did. That's what horror movies and horror games are all about, scaring the shit out of yourself. But you know, most of these gaming companies will sell out when it comes to being politically correct. They'll do that if it's to save their livelihood. Well, Larry, with the break, the 7 ball has dropped. Is there still life in Larry? Well, there won't be if he can't get this bank in the 1, because this is dead set for a bank into the corner. Well, I think it is. I presume the 9's out the way. Let's have a look. No, maybe not. Well, it's maybe tight. It's pretty tight. He's got to run this fairly close. No, he's went for the cut. I think he gave up the idea of trying to bank it across. Oh, now he may well just have got away with it. Oh, I remember that. Used to get into the strip club and you'd get into the little booth and you'd pay for them to dance and you'd do all the lap dance and stuff. Oh yeah, I did all. I'd say that was my enjoyment: prostitutes and strip clubs. I bet there's many a dad. You imagine that? I bet there was many a dad sitting there sending the kids to bed and then getting Gran Turismo 4 out and having a go on that. I can guarantee you that's what was happening. Right, send the kids to bed. I'm for a go in Gran Turismo 4. Well, here we go. A bit of late night ducking and diving. We are heading for 4 hours tonight by the look of it. Or maybe not, maybe just short of it if Spectre Dawn can find his way out here. And he won't be finding his way out from that. That's an excellent shot from Larry.
Let's watch a replay of that last shot.
My audio's all gone to pot. But, well, you didn't quite catch it, but it was a good effort from Spectre Dawn, but he's caught the 9. I've just read what Albie said. I won one in 2017, but Spectre wasn't in it. Now, just got to come up past the 4, but not too far. Not too far. That's too far. Is he trying the cross bank, or is he trying to just drop in behind the 3? He's gone for the cross bank. That was always the trouble. And where's the 3 ball going? Larry's got lucky. He's got lucky. And now it's not the luck that matters. It's what you make from it. And he's got I think a nice... he might be interfering with that 6 ball now that I look at the angle. Yep, and that's why he's probably taken his eye off the 4 and missed it. So it's sayonara, hasta la vista. This is all over. It's 100. Well, that's a big that's a big mistake. Interchange X. You thought it was 1, but it's 100. Now, don't forget. I say I'm taking the car into the garage tomorrow early on. I'm hoping to be back in the afternoon tomorrow, 2 p.m. for the first match. And then we've got the 2 one-loss side matches tomorrow in the 10-ball World Championships. One at 2 p.m. and one at 3:30, so they're going to cross over. And it's well done to Spectre Dawn. Yet another Friday night 9-ball by 9 racks to 6. And if I can press this button, we should be able to see the first match tomorrow. The first match is between Mr. Bill from the USA and Cheeky Chico from the United Kingdom. And that is at 2 p.m. tomorrow. Now, let's see if my end credits are going to work here. They probably, well, the credits will work, but the music won't. So it is just on the 4-hour mark tonight for Friday night 9-ball, one of the longer ones, but that's because it started late for a couple of the matches. Fast Eddie turned up late, and that sort of held up some of the matches. But anyway, with that, we will thank you for joining us, and we will bid you a good night, and let's see if this works. No, that's not working either. Let's see if this works. No, it's not working either. So, hasta la vista.
Surely you can't be serious.
I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.